There are places where explanations go to die, not from lack of evidence, but from an abundance of it, each piece contradicting the last until certainty itself begins to feel like a kind of madness. These are the stories that refuse to close, the files that remain forever open on some detective's desk, the questions that echo through generations because the answers, whatever they might be, lie just beyond the reach of human understanding. Tonight, we gather 16 of them, 16 impossibilities scattered across centuries and continents, each one a small tear in the fabric of what we believe we know about the world. Some involve violence so precise it feels ritualistic. Others concern lights in the sky that behave as if guided by intelligence. A few ask us to consider whether the dead truly stay dead, whether time moves only forward, whether there are forces operating in the spaces between what we measure and what we perceive. These are not tales spun from imagination. They are documented, investigated, photographed, catalogued, filed away in archives where they gather dust because no one knows what else to do with them. The Tao's hum still resonates through certain skulls in New Mexico, maddening and measureless. The lights over Hestalen Valley in Norway still appear, tracked by university equipment and yet utterly unexplained. A farmhouse in Bavaria held the bodies of a murdered family while their killer ate meals in the kitchen for days, and a century later we still do not know who swung the mattock. Children vanished from a German town in 1284, from a beach in Adelaide in 1966, from a burning home in West Virginia on Christmas Eve, and in each case the earth swallowed them whole without a trace. Sit back, settle in. What follows is not a story but a collection of ruptures, places where the normal rules seem to bend or break entirely. Some will chill you, some will simply confuse you. All of them will leave you in the end with more questions than you carried in. That is not a flaw in the telling. That is the nature of mystery itself. We begin where all great maritime riddles begin, on the open water, beneath an indifferent sky, with a ship sailing itself toward nowhere. The morning of December 5th, 1872, dawned grey and unremarkable over the North Atlantic, somewhere between the Azores and the coast of Portugal. The sea rolled with that long, slow rhythm that experienced sailors call a groundswell, the kind that comes from storms hundreds of miles distant, storms already spent and forgotten. The brigantine Des Gratia had been making her way eastward for weeks, carrying a cargo of petroleum bound for Gibraltar, and her crew had settled into that particular monotony that defines long ocean voyages, the watches changing, the sails trimmed, the same faces at the same meals, the same horizon in every direction. It was the helmsman who saw it first, a shape on the water, perhaps 6 miles distant, moving erratically against the wind. He called for the captain, a Nova Scotian named David Morehouse, who came topside with his spyglass and studied the vessel for a long while, before lowering the instrument with a frown. The ship was a brigantine like his own, two-masted and square-rigged, and something about her movement was wrong. She was yawing, swinging back and forth as if her wheel had been left untended. Her sails were partially set, some furled, some hanging loose and torn, and though Morehouse watched for the better part of an hour, squinting through salt spray and morning light, he saw no one on her deck, no one at all. The ship was the Mary Celeste, and David Morehouse knew her. He had dined with her captain just weeks earlier in a New York harbour tavern, sharing bread and wine before they both set sail for the Mediterranean. The Mary Celeste had left port 8 days before the Des Gratia, carrying a cargo of 1,700 barrels of commercial alcohol bound for Genoa. Her captain was Benjamin Briggs, a man of 37 years, respected throughout the maritime community, a veteran of countless Atlantic crossings. With him sailed his wife Sarah, their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and a crew of 7 experienced seamen, men chosen specifically for their reliability. Briggs did not gamble with the sea. He did not take chances. He had spent his entire adult life learning to read the moods of the Atlantic, and he had carried his family aboard because he trusted himself, trusted his crew, and trusted his ship. And now the Mary Celeste was drifting unmanned, her decks empty, her captain and all aboard simply gone. Morehouse dispatched his first mate, Oliver Devoe, along with 2 sailors, to row across and investigate. What they found when they climbed aboard has haunted maritime history ever since. The ship was in essentially sound condition. Her hull was intact. Her cargo was secure in the hold, undamaged save for 9 barrels of alcohol that had been broken open, whether by accident or intent no one could say. The ship's stores were well stocked, 6 months' worth of provisions, water, supplies for the long voyage ahead. The crew's sea chests remained in the forecastle, filled with clothing and personal effects. Pipes lay where they had been set down, oilskins hung on their hooks, still damp from recent wear. In the captain's cabin, the mystery deepened. The logbook lay open on the desk, its final entry dated November 25th, 10 days earlier, noting the ship's position and the unremarkable progress of the voyage. There was no mention of distress, no hint of illness or conflict, no suggestion that anything at all was amiss. The captain's sword rested in its scabbard. His personal papers remained in their drawer. Sarah Briggs's rosewood melodeon, the small portable organ she played for the crew on calm evenings, sat untouched in the corner. A child's toys were scattered on the floor of the cabin, blocks and a small wooden horse, left where little Sophia had been playing with them. On the dining table, Devoe found plates of food, not completely eaten but not untouched either. The meals had been interrupted, it seemed, rather than abandoned. One egg cup still held the remains of a boiled egg. A bottle of medicine sat beside a spoon, as if someone had been about to administer a dose and then simply walked away. The crew's breakfast, whatever they had been eating that last morning, had been left where it sat, and over the 10 days of drifting it had simply dried out and grown cold. But if the scene below deck suggested a sudden interruption rather than a planned departure, the evidence on deck told a more troubling story. The ship's single lifeboat was missing. Its davits were swung out, and the ropes that had secured it showed signs of being cut rather than untied, severed quickly with a blade. The ship's compass was shattered. Her chronometer and sextant, essential for navigation, were missing along with the captain's navigation papers. Someone had taken the tools necessary to find their way across open ocean. Someone had loaded themselves into a small wooden boat, cut the ropes, and pushed off from a seaworthy vessel carrying sufficient provisions for 6 more months at sea. The question that Devoe could not answer, standing there on that silent deck with the wind tugging at the torn sails, was the same question that has confounded historians and investigators for a century and a half. Why? The Mary Celeste was not sinking. Her pumps were operational, and though she had taken on some water in the holds, it was nothing that a functioning crew could not have managed. The weather log showed no storms of exceptional severity in the days before the abandonment. Her cargo was intact, valuable, worth thousands of dollars. Her provisions were plentiful. Whatever had driven Captain Briggs to put his wife and infant daughter into a small boat on the open Atlantic, it had not been fire, flood, or imminent catastrophe. Yet something had driven him to it. Something had convinced a hardened sea captain, a man who had spent his life navigating the cruelest waters on Earth, that his chances were better in a lifeboat than aboard his own ship. And whatever that something was, it had killed every single person aboard. The lifeboat was never found. Benjamin Briggs, Sarah Briggs, 2-year-old Sophia, and 7 experienced sailors simply ceased to exist the moment they pushed away from the Mary Celeste's hull. The theories began almost immediately, and they have never stopped. At the official salvage hearing in Gibraltar, the British court was deeply suspicious of Morehouse and his crew. The sitting judge, Frederick Solly Flood, became convinced that the men of the Dei Gratia had somehow murdered the crew of the Mary Celeste to claim salvage rights on the abandoned vessel. He examined the ship himself and reported finding what he believed to be bloodstains on the deck and a sword beneath the captain's bed with suspicious marks on its blade. But chemical analysis revealed the stains to be rust, wine, and other mundane substances. The sword showed no evidence of violence, and crucially, there was no motive. The crew of the Dei Gratia eventually received less than 1/5 of the salvage value they had claimed, a poor reward for mass murder if murder it had been. Other theories multiplied in the years that followed. Pirates, perhaps, raiders who had killed the crew and made off with nothing of value. Mutiny, the oldest fear of every ship's captain, though Briggs's men had been carefully selected and had no history of trouble. Underwater earthquakes, seaquakes they call them, which can produce terrifying concussive waves that convince sailors their hull has struck a reef. Water spouts, those spinning columns of seawater that rise from the ocean surface, which have been known to panic even experienced crews. And then there was the cargo itself. 1,700 barrels of commercial alcohol, a highly volatile substance sealed in a hold with limited ventilation. Some researchers have suggested that the barrels leaked, that fumes built up in the confined space below decks, and that a spark or simply the heat of the day caused a pressure explosion, a blast of invisible fire that vented upward and convinced the crew that the ship was about to explode. In this theory, Briggs ordered immediate evacuation into the lifeboat, intending to wait at a safe distance until the danger passed. But the ship did not explode, and the line connecting the lifeboat to the Mary Celeste, which might have been rigged to keep the small boat nearby, snapped in a sudden swell, and the brigantine sailed away from her crew while they watched helplessly, unable to row fast enough to catch her. It is a tidy theory. It explains the haste, the abandoned meals, the cut ropes, the missing navigation equipment. It explains why a cautious captain would leave his ship without obvious cause. But it does not explain why 9 of the 1,700 barrels were found broken open in the hold. It does not explain the lack of scorch marks anywhere on the vessel. It does not explain the missing chronometer and sextant, instruments of no use in an emergency evacuation but essential if one planned to navigate to safety. And it does not explain the silence that followed, the total absence of any survivor, any body, any wreckage from the lifeboat washing ashore anywhere on the coasts of Europe or Africa in the months and years that followed. Because that is the deepest mystery of the Mary Celeste. Not just how the crew vanished, but where they went. 10 people do not simply cease to exist. Bodies wash ashore. Wreckage drifts to beaches. Survivors, if there are any, eventually reach land and tell their stories. But the crew of the Mary Celeste left no trace at all. No message in a bottle, no scrap of wood with a name carved into it, no bloated corpse tangled in the nets of Mediterranean fishermen. They stepped into a boat and sailed into oblivion, and the Atlantic closed over them without a ripple. What remains is the image of that moment, the moment before departure. Benjamin Briggs, standing on the deck of his ship, the vessel he had captained with pride through countless voyages, looking at the sky and the sea and making a calculation that would doom everyone he loved. Sarah beside him, perhaps, holding Sophia against her chest, watching her husband's face for some sign of what to do. The crew waiting, trusting their captain's judgment, having no other choice, and then the decision, whatever it was. The sword left behind, the melodeon abandoned, the child's toys scattered on the cabin floor, the lifeboat lowered, the ropes cut, and the Mary Celeste left to sail herself across an empty ocean, while the water swallowed her people whole. We will never know what Benjamin Briggs saw that morning. We will never know what fear or what logic drove him to abandon a perfectly seaworthy vessel. But whatever it was, it convinced a man of exceptional caution to risk everything on a small boat in the middle of the Atlantic. It convinced him that staying aboard was worse than leaving. And that, in the end, is the true mystery. Not the empty ship, not the interrupted meals, not the missing lifeboat, but the terrible certainty that must have gripped that captain's heart in the moment before he gave the order to go. Something was on that ship, or something was approaching it, something that, a century and a half later, we still cannot name. The Mary Celeste herself sailed on. After the salvage hearing, she returned to commercial service, passing through a succession of owners who found her increasingly unlucky, increasingly difficult to insure, increasingly shunned by superstitious sailors who had heard the stories. In 1885, 13 years after the disappearance, her final captain deliberately wrecked her on a reef off the coast of Haiti in an insurance fraud scheme. The conspiracy was discovered, the captain was arrested, and he died before his trial concluded. The Mary Celeste finally went down in shallow waters, her broken hull settling into sand and coral, her mystery unsolved. But the questions she left behind refused to sink with her. Every few years, a new theory emerges. Ergot poisoning from contaminated bread, which might have caused mass hallucinations, secret cargo worth killing for, a love triangle among the officers. None of these theories have ever gained acceptance because none of them account for all the evidence, because the evidence itself is contradictory, because the Mary Celeste seems designed to resist explanation. And perhaps that is the truth of it. Perhaps there are events that simply exceed our ability to understand them, moments when the variables are so complex, the circumstances so particular, that no reconstruction can ever be accurate. Benjamin Briggs was the only person who knew what happened aboard the Mary Celeste in the days before her discovery. He took that knowledge with him into the sea, and the sea, as always, keeps its secrets. The water off the Azores rolls as it has always rolled, indifferent to the dramas of men. Ships pass through those coordinates daily, their crews unaware that they sail over waters where 10 souls disappeared without a trace. The Atlantic does not remember the Mary Celeste, but we do. We remember because we cannot forget, because the story lodges in the imagination like a splinter, because every time we think we have found the answer, another question rises to take its place. What convinced them to leave? What were they running from? And why, in all the years since, has the ocean never given back a single one of them? From the silence of the open water, we turn now to a different kind of silence, one that exists paradoxically within a sound, a low and ceaseless vibration that only certain ears can hear. We move from the Atlantic to the high desert of northern New Mexico, to a small town nestled among the Sangre de Cristo Mountains where, for more than 3 decades, something has been humming beneath the threshold of measurable sound. Taos, New Mexico, sits at an elevation of nearly 7,000 feet, surrounded by sage-covered mesas and the dramatic peaks of the southern Rockies. The air is thin and crystalline, the light so clear that artists have flocked here for more than a century to capture its peculiar quality on canvas. Georgia O'Keeffe painted these hills. D.H. Lawrence lived and died within miles of here. The Taos Pueblo, continuously inhabited for over 1,000 years, rises just north of town, its adobe structures a testament to the deep human connection to this landscape. It is a place of beauty, spirituality and silence, the kind of silence that city dwellers find almost unnerving, so profound that you can hear your own blood moving through your ears. And yet, for a small percentage of the population, that silence is not silent at all. They began reporting it in the early 1990s, though some insist the sound has always been there, that they simply didn't have the vocabulary to describe it until others started speaking up. The complaints were remarkably consistent. A low, persistent hum like a diesel engine idling somewhere in the distance, or the rumble of a truck that never arrives, or the bass note of some vast machinery operating just below the edge of perception. The sound was not loud, exactly, but it was constant, and it was maddening. People described lying awake at night, unable to sleep, the hum drilling into their consciousness like a persistent toothache. They described the way it seemed to follow them, present indoors and out, in cars and on foot, impossible to escape no matter where they went. The local newspaper ran stories. Town meetings were called. Residents compared notes and discovered that, while they disagreed on the pitch, the direction, and the precise character of the sound, they all agreed that something was there, something that shouldn't be, something that no one could explain. The first attempts to identify the source were practical and straightforward. Perhaps there was industrial machinery somewhere in the valley, a generator or compressor running constantly. Perhaps the military installation at Los Alamos, less than 100 miles away, was conducting experiments that produced acoustic side effects. Perhaps the sound came from natural gas pipelines, high-tension electrical lines, or some quirk of the local geology that amplified ambient noise. Investigators checked all of these possibilities. They found nothing. More sophisticated efforts followed. Acoustic engineers from the University of New Mexico arrived with specialized equipment, microphones capable of detecting frequencies far below the range of human hearing, instruments designed to identify sources of low-frequency sound. They set up their equipment in locations where the hearers reported the strongest sensations. They recorded for days, weeks, analyzing the data with increasingly powerful computers. They found nothing. The equipment registered no anomalous sound. The frequency spectrum looked perfectly ordinary. Whatever the hearers were perceiving, it was not traveling through the air in any way the instruments could detect. This should have been impossible. Sound is a physical phenomenon, a pressure wave moving through a medium. If people were hearing something, that something had to exist, had to be measurable, had to leave some trace in the data. But the Taos hum, as it came to be called, left no trace at all. In 1993, the mystery attracted the attention of Congress. Representatives from New Mexico, responding to constituent complaints, requested a formal investigation. A team of researchers from Los Alamos National Laboratory, the Phillips Air Force Laboratory, and Sandia National Laboratories conducted one of the most comprehensive studies of low-frequency noise ever undertaken in the United States. They surveyed the hearers, catalogued their experiences, examined the geography and infrastructure of the region, deployed state-of-the-art detection equipment, and produced a detailed technical report. Their conclusion was, in its way, more disturbing than any explanation could have been. They confirmed that a small but significant percentage of the population, roughly 2%, reported hearing the hum. They confirmed that these individuals showed no consistent patterns of mental illness or hearing abnormality. They confirmed that no external source could be identified, and they suggested tentatively that the phenomenon might be biological rather than acoustic, some artifact of the inner ear or auditory cortex that produced the sensation of sound without any corresponding external stimulus. In other words, the hum was real, the experience was genuine, and science could not explain it. This satisfied no one. The hearers, in particular, rejected the implication that the sound was somehow inside their own heads. They knew what they were perceiving. They could distinguish it from tinnitus, from blood pressure fluctuations, from all the ordinary internal sounds of the human body. This was different. This was external. This was something in the world, something that had entered their lives uninvited and refused to leave. The years passed, and the hum continued. New hearers emerged. Some who had previously reported the sound found that it faded for them. Others heard it more intensely than ever. Researchers cycled through the town, conducted their studies, published their papers, and departed without answers. The hum became a fixture of Taos life, as much a part of the landscape as the mountains or the light, a mystery that residents learned to live with because they had no other choice. And then, slowly, reports began trickling in from other locations. Bristol, England, where residents complained of a persistent low drone that disrupted sleep and concentration. Windsor, Ontario, just across the river from Detroit, where industrial noise was blamed but never confirmed. Kokomo, Indiana, Largs, Scotland, Auckland, New Zealand. The phenomenon, it seemed, was not limited to Taos at all. It was global. It was appearing in communities separated by thousands of miles, on different continents, in different climates, with different industrial and geological profiles. And everywhere it appeared, the pattern was the same. A small percentage of the population heard it. Instruments could not detect it, and no explanation could be found. The theories multiplied. Electromagnetic radiation from cellular towers or military communication systems, geological stress along fault lines, producing infrasound too low for normal hearing but detected by some subset of particularly sensitive individuals, ocean waves striking distant coastlines, generating microseismic activity that propagated through the Earth's crust, secret government experiments, extraterrestrial signals, the collective anxiety of the modern world manifesting as a phantom sound. None of these theories have been confirmed. None have been definitively disproven. The hum simply persists, year after year, decade after decade, a constant reminder that there are aspects of human perception, of the physical world, that remain beyond our ability to measure or understand. What makes the Taos hum particularly haunting is not the mystery itself, but its effects. These are not people claiming to see ghosts or contact aliens. They are ordinary residents of an ordinary town, hearing a sound that should be easy to explain, that should yield to the basic tools of acoustic science, and yet refuses to do so. The hum has driven some of them to desperation. There are reports, difficult to verify but persistent, of individuals who moved to Taos unaware of the phenomenon and were driven out within months, unable to bear the constant assault on their nervous system. There are reports of sleeplessness so severe it produced psychotic breaks. There are reports, whispered rather than spoken aloud, of people who chose to end their lives rather than continue to exist, with that sound boring into their consciousness every moment of every day. If these reports are true, and there is reason to believe at least some of them are, then the hum is not merely a curiosity. It is a form of invisible affliction, a torture devised by forces unknown and inflicted on victims chosen by criteria no one understands. To hear the hum is to be marked, separated from the vast majority of humanity who move through the same spaces in blissful ignorance. The hearers occupy a parallel world, a reality where silence itself has been corrupted, where the most basic refuge of quiet has been permanently denied. Scientists continue to study the phenomenon. New hypotheses are proposed, tested, and found wanting. The most promising current theory involves spontaneous otoacoustic emissions, sounds generated by the inner ear itself that are normally too faint to be perceived consciously, but which, in certain individuals, become amplified to the point of awareness. This would explain why instruments detect nothing. The sound never exists in the external environment at all. It is created somehow within the auditory system of the hearer. But this theory, like all the others, raises more questions than it answers. Why would such emissions appear suddenly in adulthood, in people who had never experienced them before? Why would they share such consistent characteristics across populations separated by oceans and continents? Why would they begin appearing in significant numbers only in the latter half of the 20th century, as if some new factor had been introduced into the human environment? Perhaps the answer lies in something we have not yet thought to measure. Perhaps there is a frequency, a vibration, a signal propagating through the earth or the atmosphere, or some medium we have not yet identified, too subtle for our instruments, but not quite subtle enough for certain human ears. Perhaps the hearers are not malfunctioning at all. Perhaps they are perceiving something real, something the rest of us are simply deaf to, and we have dismissed them because our tools are not yet sophisticated enough to detect what they already know. The mountains around Taos hold their silence. The light continues to fall on the mesas with that particular clarity that brought the artists here a century ago. And somewhere, in a bedroom or a living room or a car parked on a side street, someone is listening to a sound that no one else can hear, wondering if it will ever stop, wondering if they are alone, wondering what, exactly, has been humming beneath the surface of the world all this time. We leave them there, those listeners in the desert, and turn our attention now to a different kind of disruption. Not a sound, but an absence. Not something that persists, but something that happened in a single cataclysmic instant, and then vanished, leaving only questions and a vast field of broken trees. The date was June 30th, 1908. The place was central Siberia, a landscape so remote that the nearest settlement of any size was more than 30 miles away. The Evenki people who inhabited this region called it the Tunguska, after the river that wound through it, and they lived as they had lived for centuries, herding reindeer, fishing the cold streams, moving with the seasons through a wilderness that few outsiders had ever seen. At approximately 7:15 in the morning local time, the sky broke open. Witnesses scattered across hundreds of miles reported seeing a column of bluish light, nearly as bright as the sun, moving across the sky. Some described it as a tube, others as a flame, others as something that defied description entirely. It crossed the heavens from east to south, trailing fire, and then, above the forest near the Podkamenea Tunguska River, it exploded. The force of the blast has been estimated at 10 to 15 megatons of TNT, roughly 1,000 times the energy released by the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima 37 years later. It flattened 830 square miles of forest, some 80 million trees, throwing them outward from the center of the explosion in a perfect radial pattern. The shockwave knocked people off their feet 40 miles from the epicenter. It registered on seismographs as far away as England. For the next several nights, the skies over Europe and Western Asia glowed so brightly that people in London could read newspapers outdoors at midnight. The atmospheric effects were visible across an entire hemisphere, and yet for 19 years no one went to look. The remoteness of the site, combined with the political chaos of revolutionary Russia, meant that the first scientific expedition did not reach the Tunguska until 1927. The leader of that expedition, Leonid Kulik, was a mineralogist who expected to find a massive impact crater, the largest in modern history, and fragments of the meteorite that had created it. He was certain that the site would yield tons of iron, nickel, and other meteoric minerals, a scientific treasure trove that would cement his reputation. What he found instead was nothing. There was no crater. The center of the devastation where the explosion had occurred was a strange flat zone where the trees had not fallen outward, but remained standing upright, stripped bare of branches and bark like vast telephone poles pointing toward the sky. Beyond this central zone, the trees lay flat on the ground in every direction, their trunks aligned like the spokes of an enormous wheel, pointing away from the center with mathematical precision. The forest had been scoured clean by a blast wave radiating outward from a point in the air above the standing trees. Kulik searched for years. He returned to the site multiple times, digging trenches, draining bogs, sifting through soil. He found nothing. No meteorite fragments. No trace of extraterrestrial material. Whatever had exploded over Tunguska that morning had left no physical evidence of itself beyond the devastation it had wrought. The mystery has never been solved to universal satisfaction. The leading hypothesis today is that the Tunguska event was caused by the airburst of a comet or asteroid, a body perhaps 60 to 100 meters in diameter that entered Earth's atmosphere at a shallow angle, heated to incandescence as it fell, and exploded several miles above the ground before any fragment could reach the surface. This would explain the lack of a crater. The object vaporized entirely in the atmosphere, its energy converting to light, heat, and a devastating pressure wave. It would also explain the pattern of destruction. The trees flattened outward from an elevated point, the standing trunks at ground zero directly beneath the explosion. Yet the theory does not account for everything. Eyewitness reports from the Evenki describe strange phenomena in the days and weeks following the event. Glowing spheres of light drifting through the forest, an unusually rapid regrowth of vegetation in the devastated zone, animals behaving strangely. Some accounts describe the explosion producing not one but several separate blasts in rapid succession, as if the falling object fragmented or generated secondary detonations. And the absence of any recovered material, even microscopic traces of cosmic dust, has troubled researchers for decades. A comet is largely ice and volatile compounds, which would explain why nothing solid remained, but the complete absence of even trace elements seems almost too thorough, almost designed. In the vacuum of certain knowledge, alternative theories have flourished. A small black hole passing through the Earth, emerging on the other side without leaving surface evidence. A piece of antimatter annihilating on contact with ordinary matter and leaving no residue. A natural nuclear reaction in the atmosphere, triggered by conditions we do not yet understand. A directed energy weapon test, accidentally or deliberately fired from some unknown source. An alien spacecraft suffering catastrophic failure as it entered the atmosphere over Siberia. None of these theories have gained mainstream acceptance. All of them, including the comet hypothesis, fail to explain every aspect of the available evidence. The Tunguska event remains, more than a century later, an anomaly in the strict sense of the word, an event that does not fit cleanly into any category, that resists the explanatory frameworks we typically apply to cosmic impacts and natural disasters. What we know for certain is this. On a summer morning in 1908, something appeared in the sky over central Siberia. It was bright enough to rival the sun. It crossed the heavens from east to south. It exploded with a force sufficient to flatten 1,000 square miles of forest, to knock people down 40 miles away, to illuminate the night sky across half the world. And then it was gone, leaving nothing behind but destruction. If it happened once, it can happen again. The skies are not as empty as they appear. Objects of all sizes cross Earth's orbit daily, most of them too small to notice, a few of them large enough to end civilizations. The Tunguska event was a warning shot, a demonstration of forces we barely comprehend, delivered to one of the most remote locations on the planet. If the timing had been different by a few hours, if the trajectory had shifted by a few degrees, the explosion might have occurred over St. Petersburg or Moscow or London. The death toll would have been measured in millions. Instead, it happened in a wilderness where only a few herders and their reindeer witnessed it. The forest fell, the sky glowed, and the earth continued to turn, indifferent to the cataclysm, as it always does. The Evenki rebuilt their lives. The trees slowly began to grow back, and scientists continue to study the site, searching for answers that may never come, trying to understand what fell from the sky that morning and why, after all these years, it has left us so little to work with. Some mysteries announce themselves with a bang. Others creep in silently, settling into the background of our lives until we can no longer remember what silence felt like. And still others begin with an image so horrifying, so precisely arranged, that the mind recoils even as it struggles to comprehend. We turn now from Siberia to California, from an explosion in the wilderness to a murder in the city, from the vast indifferent forces of the cosmos to the intimate horror of human violence. Los Angeles, January 1947. The city was still riding the post-war wave, swelling with returning soldiers and defense workers, sprawling outward into the San Fernando Valley and the orange groves that would soon become suburbs. Hollywood was at its golden apex, churning out noir films and glamorous musicals, offering dreams of transformation to the thousands of young hopefuls who arrived each month from small towns across America. Elizabeth Short was one of those hopefuls. She was 22 years old, dark-haired, striking, with pale skin and a taste for black clothing that had earned her a nickname among the men she met at cocktail lounges and bus stations, the Black Dahlia. On the morning of January 15th, Betty Bersinger was walking with her 3-year-old daughter through a vacant lot in the Limert Park neighbourhood, taking a shortcut on her way to a shoe repair shop. The lot was overgrown with weeds and scattered with trash, an unremarkable urban wasteland between the neat sidewalks and modest bungalows of the surrounding streets. Betty was not paying close attention to her surroundings. She was thinking about errands, about the day ahead, about all the small tasks that constitute a life. And then she saw what she thought, at first, was a department store mannequin. It was posed on the grass, pale and gleaming in the morning light, arranged with the care that a window dresser might devote to a display. But something was wrong with the proportions. The torso seemed too short. The legs were bent at odd angles. And as Betty drew closer, pulled by that horrible fascination that sometimes overrides common sense, she realized that the mannequin was not a mannequin at all. Elizabeth Short's body had been cut completely in half at the waist. The two sections were positioned approximately 10 inches apart, arranged with deliberate symmetry on the ground. Her arms were raised above her head, bent at the elbows. Her legs were spread apart. Her face had been slashed from the corners of her mouth to her ears, creating a grotesque grin known as a Glasgow smile. Her body had been drained entirely of blood, scrubbed clean, and the intestines had been tucked beneath her buttocks with what investigators later described as almost surgical precision. There were no bloodstains anywhere near the body. Whoever had done this had taken their time, had worked carefully, and had transported the body to this location after the killing was complete. The autopsy revealed further horrors. Elizabeth had been alive for some period of the torture. Ligature marks on her wrists and ankles suggested she'd been tied down. The cause of death was recorded as hemorrhage and shock from the facial lacerations and the bisection, but the coroner noted that the killer had demonstrated extensive knowledge of anatomy. The cuts were made at the precise point where the body naturally bends, avoiding major bones, following the line of the spine with almost surgical accuracy. This was not the work of a random killer in a frenzy. This was something else entirely. The Los Angeles Police Department launched what would become the largest murder investigation in California history to that date. More than 150 suspects were questioned. Dozens of people came forward to confess, either from guilt, attention-seeking, or delusional conviction, but none of them possessed knowledge that only the real killer could have known. Witnesses reported seeing Elizabeth in the days before her death, drinking at bars, getting into a black sedan, accompanied by various men whose descriptions never quite aligned. Her last confirmed sighting was on January 9th, 6 days before the discovery of her body. Whatever happened to her in those missing days remains unknown. Then the letters began to arrive. Days after the murder, the Los Angeles Examiner received a package containing Elizabeth Short's birth certificate, her address book, and several photographs. The envelope was addressed in cut-and-pasted letters from newspaper headlines, a technique that has since become a cliché but was genuinely chilling to investigators at the time. A note accompanied the package. Here is Dahlia's belongings, letter to follow. The sender had apparently washed the items in gasoline, destroying any fingerprints that might have remained. Further communications followed. Some were almost certainly hoaxes, cranks eager to insert themselves into the most sensational murder of the decade. But a few contained details that only the killer or someone very close to him could have known. Details that were never released to the press. The communications taunted the police, mocked their investigation, and promised more information that never materialized. And then, as abruptly as they had begun, the letters stopped. The case was never solved. Decades of investigation, multiple books, countless amateur sleuths examining the evidence with fresh eyes, technological advances that might have cracked a cold case wide open. None of it has produced a definitive answer. The Black Dahlia murder remains what it was in 1947, an open wound in the history of American crime, a question without an answer, a young woman whose death was staged as a kind of terrible art, and whose killer walked free into the anonymous crowds of post-war Los Angeles. What makes the case haunt us, beyond the graphic nature of the murder itself, is the sense of deliberate communication. Elizabeth Short's body was not merely dumped, it was displayed. The positioning, the bisection, the Glasgow smile, the draining of blood, the scrubbing of the corpse, all of it suggests a killer who wanted to say something, who was using the murder as a form of expression. But the message, if there was one, has never been decoded. The symbols remain symbols, pointing toward a meaning that recedes the closer we approach it. Some researchers believe the killer was a skilled surgeon, citing the anatomical precision of the cuts. Others argue that any intelligent person with time and determination could have achieved similar results. Some believe Elizabeth knew her killer, pointing to the evidence that she was seen with various men in the days before her death, that she may have trusted the person who eventually destroyed her. Others suggest a stranger killing, a random intersection of predator and prey that turned a hopeful young woman into a symbol of everything dark beneath the California sun. We may never know. The witnesses are dead. The evidence has degraded. The streets of Limert Park have changed beyond recognition. The vacant lot now built over with houses and lives that proceed in ignorance of what was once found there. Elizabeth Short exists now only in photographs and police reports, a face frozen in time, a name that evokes horror and pity and something like fascination. The Black Dahlia. The girl who came to Hollywood seeking transformation and found it in the worst possible way. The mystery that refuses to close because the answers, if they exist at all, vanished with a killer who was never caught and is now, surely, long dead. What drives a person to do such a thing? What calculus of rage or desire or madness produces not just murder, but ritual, not just violence, but display? The question is not merely forensic, it is philosophical. It asks us to look into the darkness at the heart of human possibility and recognize that some of our fellow creatures are capable of acts that defy comprehension. Elizabeth Short deserved better. She deserved a life, a career, a name known for something other than how she died. Instead, she became a symbol, an archetype, the victim around whom 1,000 theories and novels and films have clustered. The Black Dahlia has taken on a life of its own, separate from the actual woman who bore the nickname, a character in a story whose author we have never identified. Somewhere, in 1947, someone knew exactly what happened to her. Someone arranged that body on the grass, stepped back to survey their work, and then walked away into the crowds of a city that never found them. That person lived out their days with the knowledge of what they had done, and the secret went with them into whatever comes after. The vacant lot is gone now. But the question remains, hovering over the manicured lawns and quiet streets of a Los Angeles neighborhood where, once, on a January morning, a mother and her daughter discovered something that no one should ever have to see. The cold of a Russian winter is unlike any other. It seeps into the bones, crystallizes breath before it leaves the lips, transforms exposed skin into something foreign and numb within minutes. In the Ural Mountains, where the forests give way to barren slopes and the wind carries nothing but emptiness, temperatures routinely plunge to 30 degrees below 0 Celsius, sometimes colder. It is a landscape that tolerates human presence only grudgingly, that demands respect and preparation from anyone foolish enough to venture into its embrace. In February of 1959, 9 young people set out into that cold, experienced hikers and skiers affiliated with the Ural Polytechnic Institute. Their goal a challenging route through terrain that local indigenous peoples had named with a warning. Kholat Shakal, Dead Mountain. They never returned alive. What happened to them on the slopes of that mountain has become one of the most enduring mysteries of the 20th century, a puzzle that has resisted explanation for more than 6 decades, and continues to generate theories ranging from the mundane to the fantastical. The Dyatlov Pass incident, named for the group's leader, Igor Dyatlov, remains a case where every proposed solution raises more questions than it answers, where the evidence points in contradictory directions, and where the official verdict, a compelling natural force, sounds less like an explanation than an admission of defeat. The group that set out on January 23, 1959, was composed of seasoned outdoors enthusiasts. Igor Dyatlov himself was a 23-year-old engineering student, known for his leadership abilities and his experience in challenging expeditions. The others ranged in age from 21 to 37, and included students and recent graduates of the Polytechnic Institute, along with Alexander Zolotaryov, a 37-year-old sports instructor who had joined the expedition at the last minute. They were fit, experienced, and well-equipped for the journey they had planned, a route that would take them through uninhabited wilderness to the summit of Otorten, a peak whose name in the Mansi language translates ominously to something like "do not go there." The warnings embedded in the very geography should perhaps have given them pause, but they were young, confident, and had completed similar expeditions before. The wilderness held no terrors for them that preparation and skill could not overcome. Their route took them through forests and across frozen rivers, through terrain that grew increasingly barren as they climbed into the mountains. On February 1st, they made camp on the eastern slope of Kholat Shakal, pitching their tent on a snow-covered incline rather than in the relative shelter of the tree line below. This decision has puzzled analysts ever since. Why camp on an exposed slope when protection from the wind and cold was available just a short distance away? Some have suggested they were training for more difficult conditions, building experience for future expeditions. Others have proposed that deteriorating weather forced them to stop before they could reach better shelter. Whatever the reason, the tent was pitched on the open mountainside, secured against the wind, and the 9 hikers settled in for the night. They would never leave that mountain under their own power. When the group failed to arrive at their expected destination, and failed to send word by their scheduled check-in date, search parties were organised. It took several days to locate the tent, and what searchers found when they reached the site defied easy interpretation. The tent was partially collapsed, buried in snow, but still standing. Its fabric had been cut, slashed open from the inside as if the occupants had needed to escape so urgently that they could not use the entrance. The hikers' belongings were still inside: warm clothing, boots, supplies, everything they would have needed to survive in the brutal cold. The people themselves were gone, having fled into the sub-zero night wearing little more than their underclothes, some of them barefoot, leaving behind everything that might have saved them. The first bodies were found within 500 meters of the tent, near the remains of a small fire under a large cedar tree at the edge of the forest. These hikers, Yuri Doroshenko and Yuri Krivonishenko, were wearing only underwear. Their hands were badly damaged, the flesh torn and bloody from apparent attempts to climb the tree, perhaps seeking a vantage point, perhaps fleeing something on the ground below. Branches on the cedar had been broken up to a height of 5 meters. The fire had burned briefly and then gone out. The 2 men had frozen to death, their bodies showing no signs of struggle beyond the damage to their hands. Between the cedar tree and the tent, 3 more bodies were discovered at intervals along the slope. Igor Dyatlov himself, Zinaida Kolmogorova, and Rustem Slobodin were found in positions that suggested they had been trying to return to the tent when they died, perhaps after attempting to help their companions, perhaps after realizing that survival required the supplies they had abandoned. Slobodin had a small fracture to his skull, though investigators determined it was not severe enough to have caused his death. All 3 had succumbed to hypothermia, their bodies frozen in the postures of their final struggles against the cold. But it was the remaining 4 hikers, found 2 months later beneath several meters of snow, in a ravine deeper in the forest, whose condition truly defied explanation. Lyudmila Dubinina, Alexander Kolevatov, Nikolai Thibault-Brignol, and Alexander Zolotaryov had clearly survived longer than their companions. They had taken clothing from the bodies of the dead, wrapping themselves in whatever fabric they could find in a desperate attempt to stay warm. They had made some effort to construct a shelter in the ravine, but the injuries on 3 of them were catastrophic. Thibault-Brignol had suffered a massive fracture to his skull. Dubinina and Zolotaryov had multiple broken ribs, crushed with a force that investigators compared to the impact of a high-speed automobile accident. Yet there was no external bruising, no signs of a struggle, no indication of what could have inflicted such devastating internal trauma without leaving marks on the skin. Most disturbing of all, Dubinina was missing her tongue, her eyes, and part of her lips. Zolotaryov was also missing his eyes. The official Soviet investigation, conducted in the spring of 1959, examined every aspect of the tragedy they could access: the tent, the bodies, the equipment, the weather conditions, the testimony of Mansi tribespeople who lived in the region. The investigators were competent and thorough, but they were also operating under the constraints of Soviet bureaucracy, in a system that discouraged conclusions that might embarrass the state or suggest explanations beyond official understanding. After months of work, the investigation was closed with a verdict that has echoed through the decades as perhaps the most unsatisfying conclusion in the annals of unexplained events. The hikers, the official report stated, had died as a result of a compelling natural force which they were not able to overcome. The case files were then sealed and classified, remaining inaccessible for 30 years. What could compel 9 experienced hikers to cut their way out of a tent in temperatures of negative 30 degrees Celsius and flee barefoot into a blizzard? What force could crush ribs and fracture skulls without leaving bruises? What happened to Dubonina's tongue and eyes? The questions have generated a cottage industry of theories, each attempting to account for the evidence, each falling short in some crucial respect. The most commonly proposed explanation involves an avalanche, a sudden release of snow that buried or partially buried the tent, terrifying the occupants into their desperate escape. An avalanche could theoretically explain the panic, the urgent cutting of the tent fabric, the flight into the night. But the avalanche theory struggles with several inconvenient facts. The slope on which the tent was pitched is not particularly steep, not the typical terrain for avalanche danger. No debris field consistent with an avalanche was found at the site. The tent, though partially collapsed, was not crushed or swept away. And an avalanche, even a small one, does not explain the injuries found on the 4 bodies in the ravine, the crushing internal trauma without external marks, the missing soft tissue. Some researchers have proposed infrasound as a culprit, low-frequency sound waves generated by wind moving over the mountain terrain. Infrasound, though inaudible to the human ear, can produce feelings of dread, disorientation, and panic in those exposed to it. The theory suggests that the hikers may have experienced infrasound-induced terror, a primal fear response that drove them from the tent in blind panic, unable to think rationally, unable to recognize that the cold outside was more dangerous than whatever they imagined was threatening them inside. Infrasound could explain the irrational behavior, the abandonment of essential equipment, the apparent madness of fleeing into certain death. But it does not explain the physical injuries on the bodies in the ravine, nor does it account for the missing soft tissue. And there is no evidence that infrasound was actually present that night. No recordings, no measurements, only speculation based on the terrain and weather conditions. Military involvement has been another persistent thread in the speculation. The Soviet Union was testing weapons throughout this period, including rockets, missiles, and experimental ordnance. Some witnesses reported seeing strange lights in the sky over the region in the days surrounding the incident. The unusual radiation contamination found on some of the hikers' clothing has been cited as evidence of exposure to something military in nature, perhaps fallout from a weapons test, perhaps something more exotic. But if the military was responsible for the deaths, why were the case files eventually released? Why has no whistleblower, no deathbed confession, no leaked document ever confirmed such involvement? Soviet secrecy was formidable, but not impenetrable. Decades have passed. The Soviet Union itself no longer exists. If there were evidence of military responsibility, it seems likely that some fragment would have surfaced by now. The Mansi people, indigenous to the region, have their own explanations, their own understanding of the mountain and its dangers. Kholat Shachel has been considered a place of ill omen for generations, a location associated with death and spiritual danger long before 9 Russian hikers pitched their tent on its slopes. The Mansi knew not to linger there, not to make camp on the mountain itself, not to challenge whatever presence inhabited that place. They were questioned during the original investigation and cleared of any involvement in the deaths, but their warnings about the mountain itself remain embedded in the local understanding of the tragedy. Was there something about that specific location, something that transcended the physical dangers of cold and exposure, that contributed to what happened? The question cannot be answered scientifically, but it lingers, as questions about such places always do. Perhaps the most disturbing theory, and the one most often dismissed by serious investigators, involves something that cannot be categorized at all. The missing eyes and tongue of Dubonina, the strange radiation, the lights in the sky, the sense that the hikers were fleeing from something rather than merely responding to environmental conditions. These elements have prompted speculation about encounters with something unknown, something that exists at the edges of our understanding, something that the Soviet investigation could not explain because it fell outside the boundaries of explicable phenomena. Such theories are easy to dismiss as fantasy, as the human mind seeking pattern and agency in random tragedy. But they persist because the conventional explanations are so inadequate, because the evidence fits no comfortable narrative, because something about the Dyatlov Pass incident resists the closure that most mysteries eventually achieve. Recent investigations, including Russian government inquiries reopened in 2019, have attempted to apply modern forensic techniques and modelling to the case. Some researchers have proposed that a delayed avalanche triggered by the specific conditions that night could account for both the panic and the injuries. Snow slabs falling from above might have struck the tent and its occupants, causing the crushing injuries found on the bodies in the ravine before the survivors helped their wounded companions to the forest in a doomed attempt at rescue. Computer simulations have been constructed to demonstrate the plausibility of such a scenario, but even these modern analyses acknowledge the gaps in the evidence, the variables that cannot be confirmed, the aspects of the case that remain unexplained. Standing at Dyatlov Pass today, one confronts a landscape of stark beauty and palpable coldness. The mountain rises against the sky, its slopes littered with the bleached remains of stones and sparse vegetation, the wind carrying the same silence it has carried for millennia. The dead are long buried, the tent is gone. The trees where the first bodies were found still stand, though they have grown since 1959, their branches reaching toward a sky that offers no answers. The pass has become a place of pilgrimage for those drawn to mysteries, those who seek in the physical landscape some resonance of what occurred there more than 60 years ago. They find only cold, only wind, only the indifferent wilderness that has claimed so many human lives over the centuries. The mountain does not explain itself. The mountain simply endures. What drove those 9 young people from their tent that night? What killed them on the slopes where their bodies were found? The investigation that might have answered these questions was hampered by the conditions of its time, by Soviet secrecy, by the limitations of 1950s forensic science, by the 2-month delay before the final bodies were discovered. The evidence that remains is fragmentary, ambiguous, open to interpretation. Every theory accounts for some aspects while failing to explain others. Every explanation raises new questions that lead back to the central mystery. 9 experienced hikers died on a mountain whose name was a warning, under circumstances that have never been satisfactorily explained, leaving behind only cut tent fabric and frozen bodies, and a verdict that amounts to admitting that whatever happened, it was beyond the capacity of the investigators to understand. A compelling natural force. The phrase echoes through the decades, less an explanation than a confession of ignorance, an acknowledgement that the mountain kept its secrets. Whatever walked the slopes of Kholat Shakal that February night, whatever fear or force or presence drove 9 capable young people to their deaths in the frozen darkness, it has never been named. It has never been identified. It has never been brought to account. The Dyatlov Pass incident remains what it was when the first searchers discovered that slashed tent on the snowy slope. A question posed by the dead to the living. A mystery that the cold has preserved alongside the memory of those who perished there. Some mysteries are never meant to be solved. Some mountains earn their names. In the soft light of a February morning in 1855, the residents of Devon, England, woke to a sight that would inspire sermons, spark debates, and resist explanation for more than a century and a half. Overnight, while the county slept beneath a blanket of fresh fallen snow, something had walked through the landscape. The tracks began near the town of Exmouth and stretched, according to various accounts, for anywhere from 40 to 100 miles across the countryside, passing through villages and farmland, over rooftops and haystacks, through walled gardens and across frozen rivers. They were hoof-like in shape, resembling the marks a small horse or donkey might make, except that no horse had ever walked in such a manner, in such a line, over such terrain. The prints were consistent, evenly spaced at precisely 8.5 inches apart, following a path that seemed to ignore the obstacles in its way, climbing walls, crossing rooftops, passing through haystacks and emerging on the other side without deviation. By some accounts, the tracks appeared slightly burnt into the snow, as if whatever had made them radiated heat. By the time the sun rose high enough to begin melting the evidence, half of Devon was already convinced that the devil himself had walked among them in the night. The first reports came from Exmouth. where residents discovered the tracks early in the morning and began following them with a mixture of curiosity and growing unease. The trail led through gardens, over fences, across rooftops. It passed through a drain pipe so narrow that no animal larger than a cat could have squeezed through, yet emerged on the other side unchanged. The same hoof-shaped prints continuing as if the obstacle had been no obstacle at all. Similar tracks were reported simultaneously from towns separated by miles, from Topsham and Lympstone, from Dawlish and Teignmouth, from locations on both sides of the ex-estuary. Whatever had made the prints had apparently crossed 2 miles of frozen river, walking on water or ice, and continued its journey on the far shore without breaking stride. The shape of the prints was consistent across all reports, roughly 4 inches long, cloven, resembling the hoof of a pony or perhaps a donkey. But no donkey walks on its hind legs in a perfect straight line. No pony climbs over 14-foot walls and walks across rooftops. The gait itself was wrong, the prints appearing one directly in front of the other as if made by a biped, not the 4-footed pattern any actual hoofed animal would leave. Some witnesses reported that the prints appeared to sink into the snow with unusual depth, as if made by something heavy, while others described them as light, almost delicate. A few accounts mentioned that the snow within the prints seemed melted or singed, suggesting heat, though this detail does not appear in all reports and may have been embellishment added in the retelling. The local clergy responded with predictable alarm. The Reverend G.M. Musgrave of Withycombe Raleigh preached to his congregation about the physical manifestation of evil, warning that the Prince of Darkness had passed through their county on some unknown errand. Other ministers took a similar line, using the mysterious tracks as evidence of supernatural reality, as proof that the spiritual world could intersect with the physical in ways that demanded repentance and prayer. The common people of Devon, many of them farmers and labourers with limited education but intimate knowledge of the natural world, were genuinely frightened. They knew animal tracks. They knew what creatures walked their fields and forests. Whatever had made these marks was not any animal they had ever seen, and its behaviour defied every natural explanation they could imagine. The Times of London covered the phenomenon, lending it the credibility of metropolitan attention. Scientists and naturalists weighed in with various explanations, none of them fully satisfying. Perhaps the tracks were made by a kangaroo escaped from a private menagerie, suggested one correspondent, though how a kangaroo might climb walls and cross rooftops was left unexplained. Perhaps they were made by badgers walking in an unusual manner, their prints distorted by the melting and refreezing of snow, though badgers do not walk on 2 legs and do not leave tracks for 100 miles. Perhaps they were made by a series of animals whose individual tracks merged and overlapped to create the illusion of a continuous trail, though this did not explain the consistent shape and spacing observed by dozens of independent witnesses across the county. Parish records preserved the testimony of those who saw the tracks firsthand, their descriptions remarkably consistent despite coming from different villages and different witnesses who had not yet had opportunity to compare notes. The prints were real. They were observed by hundreds of people across a wide swathe of southern Devon. They followed paths that no natural animal could have taken, and they appeared on a single night, in fresh snow, without precedent and without repetition. Whatever made them never returned, at least not in a manner that left visible evidence. The Devil's Footprints, as they came to be called, remain one of the strangest documented phenomena in English history, a mystery that the rational 19th century could not explain, and that the rational 21st century has not explained either. Modern investigators have proposed explanations ranging from the creative to the implausible. Perhaps the tracks were made by an experimental balloon trailing a horseshoe-shaped weight, its path determined by wind currents, its contact with the ground light enough to leave tracks but not marks of disturbance. But no such balloon was documented in the area, and the behaviour of the prints, climbing walls and passing through obstacles, suggests something more deliberately grounded than a drifting aerostatic device. Perhaps the entire phenomenon was a hoax or mass delusion, a combination of ordinary tracks misinterpreted and extraordinary claims exaggerated in the telling. But the consistency of the reports, the geographic spread of the witnesses, the documentation in newspapers and parish records, all argue against simple fabrication. Something left those tracks. Something walked through Devon that night in February 1855. And whatever it was, it has never been identified. The power of the Devil's Footprints lies not just in their strangeness, but in their singularity. They appeared once, on one night in one place, and then never again, and there is no pattern to investigate, no repeated phenomenon to study, no way to anticipate where such tracks might next appear. They exist as a single data point, an anomaly that cannot be fitted into any larger framework of understanding. The people of Devon interpreted them through the lens of their Christian worldview, seeing in the cloven hoofprints confirmation of beliefs they already held about the nature of evil and its physical reality. Modern observers, lacking that framework, are left with a mystery that resists the categories by which we typically organise the unexplained. Natural phenomenon? The tracks behave in ways no natural phenomenon could explain. Supernatural visitation? Science does not admit such categories into its explanatory framework. Hoax or hallucination? The evidence suggests something real was there. Perhaps what is most unsettling about the devil's footprints is not the tracks themselves, but what they imply about the limits of our knowledge. We like to believe that the natural world follows consistent rules, that phenomena can be observed, measured, categorized, and explained. The tracks in Devon challenge that assumption. They suggest that sometimes the world does things we cannot explain, that events occur which fit no pattern and follow no law, that the comfortable certainties of a rational investigation may be inadequate to account for everything that happens on this earth. The snow melted, the tracks vanished, but the questions they raised persist, unanswered and perhaps unanswerable, waiting for an explanation that may never come. The night in Devon was cold, but not unusual. The snow was deep, but not unprecedented. The landscape was familiar, the villages known, the fields and forests walked by generations of farmers and travellers. Yet something passed through that ordinary place on that ordinary night that transformed it, briefly, into a canvas for the inexplicable. The devil walked in Devon, say the old stories, or something did, something that left its mark in the snow and in the imagination of everyone who saw those tracks winding through the frozen countryside, over rooftops and through gardens, across rivers and up walls, a trail without beginning and without end, pointing toward a mystery that refuses, after more than 160 years, to resolve itself into anything we can name or understand. On a remote farmstead in Bavaria, 6 people lived out their days in a pattern of rural labour and quiet isolation that had characterised German peasant life for centuries. The Gruber family worked their land, tended their animals, maintained their household according to the rhythms of the seasons, and kept largely to themselves, in a region where such privacy was respected and rarely questioned. Andreas Gruber, the patriarch, was a man in his early 60s, hardened by decades of physical work, not well liked in the nearby village, but not particularly remarkable either, just another farmer among farmers in a countryside full of them. His wife Kazelia, his widowed daughter Victoria, and Victoria's 2 young children completed the household, along with whatever hired help they employed for the more demanding work. In March of 1922, all of them died, murdered with a farming implement in circumstances that have never been explained, by a killer who has never been identified, in a case that remains open on German police records to this day. The Hinterkaifeck farm, as it was known, sat about 70 kilometres north of Munich in a landscape of forests and fields, connected to the nearest village by a path that wound through the woods. It was isolated enough that the family's neighbours rarely visited, solitary enough that days could pass without anyone from outside approaching the property. This isolation, which the Grubers maintained by choice, would prove fatal when whatever happened at Hinterkaifeck occurred without witnesses, without immediate discovery, without anyone to raise an alarm until days had passed, and the killer had long since vanished. The story of what happened at Hinterkaifeck begins not with the murders themselves, but with the days and weeks preceding them, when something was already deeply wrong at the farm and Andreas Gruber knew it. In the final weeks of his life, the patriarch had confided to neighbours about disturbing occurrences that made no sense, incidents that suggested the farm was being watched or perhaps inhabited by someone who should not have been there. He described finding footprints in the snow, a single trail leading from the forest toward the farmhouse, footprints that approached but never retreated, as if whoever made them had come to the farm and simply stayed. He told of hearing footsteps in the attic at night, the unmistakable sound of someone moving through the space above where the family slept, though no one was supposed to be there, and no access point existed that could have admitted an intruder without detection. He mentioned finding a newspaper on the property that no one in the household had purchased, that no delivery service had brought, that had appeared as if placed there by hands unknown for reasons unknown. Most troubling of all, he discovered that a set of keys to the farm had gone missing, keys that would have provided access to every locked door on the property, keys that someone, somewhere, now possessed. These details, related to neighbours in the days before the murders, suggest a period of escalating strangeness at Hinterkaifeck, a gathering of wrongness that Andreas Gruber noticed but did not act upon with sufficient urgency. Perhaps he dismissed his own concerns as the products of an ageing mind. Perhaps he thought the footprints were made by an animal, the attic sounds by settling timbers, the newspaper blown in by wind from some distant garbage pile. Perhaps he intended to investigate more thoroughly when spring arrived and the demands of the season lessened. Whatever his reasoning, he did not leave the farm, did not summon police, did not arm himself or his family against whatever presence had established itself at Hinterkaifeck. He noticed, he worried, he talked about his concerns, and then he died. The previous maid had quit several weeks before the murders, departing with such haste that her reasons have intrigued investigators ever since. She claimed the farmhouse was haunted, that she had heard things and felt things that convinced her the place was touched by something malevolent, that she could not remain there another night. The Grubers may have dismissed her fears as superstition, the imaginings of a simple country girl frightened by the isolation and the creaking of old timbers. They hired a replacement, a young woman named Maria Baumgartner, who arrived at Hinterkaifeck on the afternoon of March 31st, 1922. She was killed that same evening, having served the family for only a few hours before whatever happened at Hinterkaifeck claimed her along with everyone else. The murders themselves were discovered on April 4th, when concerned neighbours finally approached the isolated farm after noticing that no one from the Gruber family had appeared at church, that the children had not attended school, that mail was accumulating, and the machinery of daily life had simply stopped. What they found was a scene of horror that has lost none of its power to disturb across more than a century. The family had been killed with a mattock, a heavy agricultural tool used for breaking soil and chopping roots, essentially a pickaxe with a broad horizontal blade. It is a weapon that requires close contact, physical strength, and a certain brutal determination to use on human beings. Each victim had been struck multiple times about the head, the blows delivered with sufficient force to ensure death. But the killings had not occurred in a single frenzy of violence. They had happened sequentially, one victim at a time, in a manner suggesting deliberation, patience, and a horrifying degree of control. 4 of the victims, Andreas Gruber, his wife Cecilia, their daughter Victoria, and Victoria's 7-year-old daughter Cecilia, were found in the barn, covered with hay as if someone had attempted to conceal them, or had simply not cared enough to dispose of them properly. The positioning of the bodies suggested that each had been lured to the barn individually, killed upon arrival, and then covered before the next victim was summoned. The killer had stood in that barn, waiting with a blood-soaked mattock in hand, while the remaining family members went about their evening routines, unaware that their relatives were being murdered one by one in the structure just steps from their door. How long had the killer waited between kills? What had been said or done to draw each victim to their death? The silence of the dead offers no answers. 2 more victims were found inside the farmhouse itself. Victoria's 2-year-old son Josef lay dead in his cradle, killed by the same weapon that had dispatched the adults. Maria Baumgartner, the maid who had arrived only hours before, was found dead in her bed, her skull crushed by mattock blows delivered while she slept or tried to sleep in a house that had already become an abattoir. The killer had moved from the barn to the house, had climbed the stairs or crossed the rooms, had found the remaining victims and ended them with the same methodical violence that characterized all the killings. But what happened next is perhaps the most disturbing element of a case already saturated with horror. The killer did not leave. Having murdered 6 people, the perpetrator remained at Hinterkaifeck for an extended period, possibly several days. Evidence suggests that someone fed the cattle and cared for the farm animals in the time between the murders and their discovery. Food was consumed in the kitchen. Smoke was seen rising from the farmhouse chimney by distant neighbours, who assumed the family was simply going about their normal routine. Whoever committed these murders felt comfortable enough to stay on the property afterward, to eat in rooms where bodies lay cooling, to sleep perhaps in beds adjacent to the dead, to tend the livestock as if maintaining the pretense that life at Hinterkaifeck continued as normal. The psychology implied by this behaviour defies easy categorization. This was not a crime of passion, not a burglary gone wrong, not the work of a passing stranger who killed and fled. This was something else, something that suggests intimacy with the victims or with the property itself, something that implies a killer who felt at home at Hinterkaifeck in ways that point toward connections we cannot identify and motives we cannot fathom. Who would kill 6 people and then stay to feed the cattle? Who would eat breakfast in a kitchen while bodies decomposed in the barn? Who would light fires in a hearth around which a family had gathered until days or hours before? The investigation that followed the discovery of the murders was extensive by the standards of 1920s Bavaria, but ultimately fruitless. Police interviewed over 100 suspects in the weeks and months that followed. They investigated theories ranging from robbery to revenge, from sexual jealousy to family disputes over inheritance. They scrutinized the Gruber family's relationships, their business dealings, their connections to other families in the region. They found much to interest them, including rumors of an incestuous relationship between Andreas Gruber and his daughter Victoria, a relationship that may have produced one of Victoria's children and that had apparently generated considerable tension within the household. But rumors and whispers are not evidence, and evidence of who committed the murders remained stubbornly absent. The case was reopened multiple times throughout the 20th century as new investigative techniques became available and new theories emerged. The mattock believed to be the murder weapon was recovered, but yielded no useful forensic evidence. The crime scene itself had been disturbed by the initial discoverers and poorly preserved by early investigators unfamiliar with the requirements of forensic examination. The bodies had been autopsied, but the skulls of the victims were separated and sent to psychics in Munich in hopes that clairvoyant investigation might succeed where conventional methods had failed, a decision that would baffle modern forensic scientists but that reflected the desperation of investigators facing an apparently unsolvable case. Those skulls, incidentally, have themselves become a minor mystery within the larger enigma. They were lost during World War II, perhaps destroyed in bombing raids that devastated German cities, perhaps buried in the chaos of defeat and reconstruction, perhaps simply misplaced in archives that collapsed under the weight of 20th century catastrophe. If they were ever recovered, they might yield DNA evidence that could finally identify the killer, or at least narrow the pool of suspects. But the skulls are gone, along with much of the original evidence, along with any witnesses who might have observed something relevant, along with anyone who might have confided to someone who might have confided to someone else, until the chain of whispered secrets led at last to something like truth. Multiple theories have been proposed over the decades, each fitting some of the evidence while failing to account for other aspects of the crime. Some investigators focused on Andreas Gruber himself, suggesting that his rumoured incestuous relationship with his daughter might have generated enemies, jealous rivals, or vengeful family members. Victoria's late husband, who had died during World War I, left behind relatives who might have harboured resentment over his wife's continued entanglement with her father. But no evidence directly linked any of these figures to the murders. Others proposed that the killings were committed by a local man named Lawrence Schlittenbauer, a farmer who had been involved with Victoria and who may have fathered one of her children. Schlittenbauer was one of the first to discover the bodies and was questioned extensively about his relationship with the family. He had motive, opportunity, and knowledge of the property. He knew the family's routines and could have accessed the farm without raising alarm, but no physical evidence connected him to the crime, and he maintained his innocence until his death decades later. Still others have proposed that the murders were committed by a stranger, a drifter or vagrant who somehow infiltrated the farm, established himself in the attic during the days when Andreas heard footsteps overhead, and eventually emerged to slaughter the family for reasons known only to himself. This theory accounts for the footprints leading to the farm but not away from it, for the sounds in the attic, for the unfamiliar newspaper that appeared on the property. But it fails to explain why such a stranger would linger at the farm after the killings, why he would feed the animals and maintain the household, why he would behave as if Hinterkaifeck was somehow his home. The truth is that we do not know who killed the Gruber family. We do not know why they died. We do not know what connection existed between the killer and the victims that allowed such intimate knowledge of the household, such patient stalking in the weeks before the crime, such comfortable residence in the aftermath. The case files remain open in Germany because the case has never been solved, a bureaucratic formality that acknowledges what everyone involved has long accepted, that the murders at Hinterkaifeck will likely never be explained, that the killer escaped justice entirely, that whatever dark purpose was fulfilled that night in the Bavarian farmland accomplished itself and vanished into the mist of history. The farm itself no longer exists. The buildings were demolished in the years after the murders, the land absorbed into neighbouring properties, the physical traces of what happened erased by time and deliberate action. Nothing remains at the site to indicate that 6 people died there, that a killer walked those grounds with impunity, that one of the strangest unsolved murders in European history occurred in structures that have since returned to the earth from which they rose. Only the story persists, told and retold, analysed and reanalysed, a wound in the historical record that refuses to heal because we cannot identify what caused it. What draws investigators back to this case again and again is perhaps not the hope of solving it, but the need to understand how such a crime could occur and remain forever unsolved. The Hinterkaifeck murders violate our assumptions about how violence operates, about how justice eventually prevails, about how secrets eventually emerge. Someone killed 6 people. Someone knows who did it. Yet that knowledge, if it exists, has never surfaced, has never been whispered to the right person at the right time, has never materialized in confession or deathbed revelation or discovered document. The silence around Hinterkaifeck is complete, as if the farm and its dead have been swallowed by history itself, as if whatever happened there was never meant to be known. On a hillside overlooking the Bay of Guanabara in Rio de Janeiro, 2 men prepared themselves for an encounter with something beyond ordinary experience. Manuel Pereira da Cruz and Miguel José Viana were electronics technicians by trade, practical men who worked with circuits and signals, with the measurable and the quantifiable. Yet on August 20th, 1966, they climbed Vintem Hill dressed in formal suits, carrying crude lead masks of their own construction, following instructions written in a notebook that spoke of ingesting capsules, protecting metals, and awaiting a signal that would apparently come from somewhere not of this earth. What happened to them on that hill has never been determined. Why they died remains unknown. What they were waiting for, what they believed they were preparing to receive, constitutes one of the most bizarre mysteries in Brazilian history. The bodies were discovered on August 20th by a young boy flying a kite on the hill, a discovery so strange that the initial reports struggled to describe what the scene presented. 2 men in suits, lying side by side on the grass, positioned as if they had simply lain down together to look at the sky. No signs of violence, no obvious cause of death, no marks or wounds or indications of struggle. They appeared peaceful, almost arranged, as if they had prepared themselves carefully for whatever was supposed to happen, and then simply ceased to live. The masks were what captured the public imagination, and gave the case its enduring name. Each man wore over his eyes a mask constructed from lead, the metal used in hospitals and dental offices to shield against X-rays and radiation. The masks were crudely made, simple eye coverings rather than full face protection, but their presence suggested that the men expected some form of dangerous emission, some light or energy or force that required shielding. They had prepared for their rendezvous with whatever awaited them with sufficient care to construct protection for their eyes. They had anticipated radiation, or something like it. They had expected to need defense against what they would see, or what would see them. The notebook found beside them contained instructions that have haunted investigators ever since. The handwriting belonged to one of the men, suggesting that he had recorded a protocol to be followed, a series of steps that would culminate in whatever experience they sought. Be at the determined place at 16:30, the notebook read. At 18:30, ingest capsules. After the effect, protect metals, and await signal mask. The language is technical, procedural, as if describing an experiment to be conducted under controlled conditions. Be at the place, take the substance, protect yourself, wait. But protect metals from what? Await what signal? And what effect was supposed to follow from the capsules they allegedly ingested? Toxicology results from the autopsy were inconclusive, possibly compromised by the delay between death and discovery, and by the limited analytical capabilities available in Brazil in 1966. Some investigators have suggested that the men ingested a psychoactive substance that was supposed to facilitate contact or perception, that they were attempting to chemically induce a state that would allow them to receive whatever transmission they anticipated. Others have proposed that the capsules contained nothing more harmful than vitamins or placebos, that the men believed they were taking something significant, but were deceived by their own expectations, or by whoever had supplied their instructions. Without reliable toxicology, without knowledge of what substances were available to them, or what they believed they were consuming, this aspect of the case remained speculation. The determined cause of death was cardiac arrest, the heart simply stopping, but this diagnosis explains nothing about why two healthy men in their 30s would experience simultaneous heart failure while lying on a hillside waiting for a signal. Hearts do not stop without reason. Something caused their deaths, some stress or substance or shock that their bodies could not survive. The absence of violence, the absence of obvious poison, the absence of any visible cause makes the lead mask's case particularly frustrating to investigators who expect physical evidence to point toward physical explanations. Witnesses complicate the picture further. Multiple residents of the area surrounding Vintem Hill reported seeing unusual lights in the sky on the evening of August 20th. They described luminous objects moving in ways that conventional aircraft could not replicate, hovering, changing direction abruptly, glowing with colours that shifted and pulsed. These reports may be coincidental, the product of overactive imaginations in a country where UFO sightings were becoming increasingly common in the 1960s, or they may be connected to whatever the two men believed they were meeting, whatever signal they were waiting to receive, whatever presence they thought would appear on that hillside. The men themselves had been interested in paranormal subjects before their deaths. Both were members of what might be called spiritualist circles in their community, groups that explored esoteric topics ranging from ufology to communication with spirits to alternative sciences that mainstream academia rejected. They had discussed their beliefs with friends and family, had expressed convictions about the existence of extraterrestrial intelligence, had apparently come to believe that contact was possible under the right circumstances with the right preparation. The expedition to Vintem Hill was not a spontaneous decision, but the culmination of beliefs and preparations that had developed over time, a deliberate attempt to facilitate an encounter they had been working toward for months or perhaps years. A local medium and spiritualist leader named Augusto Pedro had established a group in the region that explored unconventional technologies and contact with non-human intelligences. Some investigators have proposed that Manuel and Miguel were following instructions received through this group, that their notebook represented a protocol developed by fellow experimenters, that they were part of a larger network of individuals pursuing contact through methods that combined primitive electronics with metaphysical belief. Whether this network existed, whether others in the group had attempted similar experiments, whether anyone else knew what was supposed to happen on Vintem Hill has never been established. If collaborators survived, they have remained silent. If records exist, they have not surfaced. The case attracted international attention and has been examined by investigators from multiple countries over the decades since the bodies were discovered. Most conclude that Manuel and Miguel died as participants in some form of ritual or experiment that went fatally wrong, that they believed they were preparing for contact with an intelligence beyond Earth, and that their belief led them to consume something or experience something that killed them. But what that something was, whether it had any connection to the lights witnesses reported seeing, whether the men experienced anything at all before they died, remains entirely unknown. The lead masks themselves have become iconic images of the case, symbols of the strange preparation these men undertook for their final hours. They crafted shields against radiation, they dressed in their finest clothes, they climbed a hill at a specific time to be at a determined place, they ingested capsules to produce an effect, they protected metals, whatever that means, they waited for a signal, and then they died. Together, peacefully it seems, as if whatever they expected had arrived and taken them with it, or as if nothing arrived at all and their hearts simply stopped in the quiet of a Brazilian evening. Two men lying on a hillside waiting for something that never came or that came and consumed them entirely. On a hillside in Hexham, England, in 1957, a tragedy occurred that would have faded into local memory had not subsequent events transformed it into one of the most carefully documented cases in the literature of unexplained phenomena. Joanna Pollock, aged 11, and her younger sister Jacqueline, aged 6, were walking to Sunday Mass when an automobile mounted the sidewalk and struck them both. The driver, a local woman experiencing a mental health crisis, had deliberately aimed her vehicle at the children, intending to take her own life by killing others. Both girls died at the scene. Their parents, John and Florence Pollock, were devastated in ways that ordinary language struggles to convey. The sudden, violent, senseless death of 2 children shattered their world completely. John Pollock was a devout Roman Catholic who nonetheless held unusual beliefs for a man of his faith. He believed in reincarnation, in the possibility that souls return to physical existence after death, cycling through multiple lives in an ongoing journey of spiritual development. This belief, which put him at odds with church doctrine, would later seem prescient when events began to suggest that his dead daughters might have returned to him in a form he had never anticipated. Florence Pollock became pregnant within months of the tragedy, and doctors informed the family that she was carrying twins. John insisted, before any evidence was available, that the twins would be his daughters returned, that Joanna and Jacqueline had chosen to come back to the family they had been torn from so suddenly. Florence, by her own account, thought her husband's assertions were the product of grief and wishful thinking, a way of coping with loss by imagining that loss was not permanent. She expected to give birth to 2 children who would be loved and cherished, but who would be their own people, not vessels for the spirits of their dead sisters. The twins were born in October 1958, identical girls whom the Pollocks named Gillian and Jennifer. From the first days of their lives, the twins displayed physical characteristics that seemed to echo their dead siblings in ways that could not be easily explained. Jennifer, the younger twin by 10 minutes, bore a birthmark on her forehead in precisely the location where Jacqueline had received a scar from a childhood bicycle accident years before. The mark was visible from birth, a small white line that matched the healed wound on Jacqueline's forehead with uncanny precision. Jennifer also displayed a birthmark on her hip in a location where Jacqueline had possessed a similar mark, a correspondence that would be unremarkable in a single feature, but became more difficult to dismiss as coincidence when multiple markers aligned. The family moved away from Hexham when the twins were 4 months old, relocating to a town where no one knew their history and where the children would grow without constant reminders of the tragedy that had preceded their birth. For the next few years, the twins developed normally, showing no obvious signs of anything unusual. Then, when they reached approximately 2 years of age, they began to say and do things that could not be explained by their limited experience of the world. The Pollocks had stored away the toys belonging to their deceased daughters, unable to part with them but unwilling to display them in the household where grief still lived. When the twins were old enough to play with more complex toys, John retrieved some of these items from storage, curious to see how the girls would react. According to both parents, the twins identified the toys by the names Joanna and Jacqueline had given them, names the twins could not have known because the toys had been packed away before they were born, and the names had never been spoken in their presence. They handled the items with familiarity, knew which toys had belonged to which sister, assigned them to the correct twin as if distributing their own former possessions. The twins also demonstrated knowledge of locations they had never visited. When the family eventually returned to Hexham for a visit, the girls identified landmarks, buildings and paths that they had never seen but that had been familiar territory for their dead sisters. They recognized their former school, pointed out where certain shops had been located, knew their way through streets they were walking for the first time in their current lives. Their parents, testing them, would ask where certain places were, and the twins would answer correctly despite having no possible source for this information. Most disturbing were the phobias that emerged as the twins grew. Both girls developed intense fears of automobiles, panicking when vehicles approached them on sidewalks, screaming that the cars were coming to get them, displaying terror that seemed disproportionate to any experiences they had actually had. This fear manifested most strongly around the ages at which their sisters had been killed, as if the approach of certain developmental milestones triggered memories or fears associated with that fatal moment when an automobile had ended the lives of Joanna and Jacqueline. Dr. Ian Stevenson of the University of Virginia took an interest in the case in the 1960s. Stevenson was a psychiatrist and researcher who spent his career investigating claims of reincarnation with scientific rigor, collecting thousands of cases from around the world and subjecting them to careful analysis. He was neither a credulous believer nor a dismissive skeptic, but a careful investigator who sought evidence and evaluated it against alternative explanations. The Pollock twins represented an unusually well-documented case that occurred within a Western cultural context, where reincarnation beliefs were uncommon, and where fraud or suggestion seemed unlikely explanations. Stevenson interviewed the family extensively, documented the twins' statements and behaviours, tracked the timeline of what they knew and when they knew it, and attempted to eliminate conventional explanations for their apparent memories. He could find no evidence that the twins had been told about their dead sisters in ways that would explain their knowledge. He could find no indication that the parents had consciously or unconsciously cued the children to provide certain responses. The physical correspondences, particularly the birthmarks matching Jacqueline's scars, seemed to rule out suggestion entirely, unless one proposed that expectation could somehow shape prenatal development in ways that modern biology does not acknowledge. Stevenson never claimed to have proven reincarnation through this or any other case. He maintained scientific caution throughout his career, acknowledging that alternative explanations might exist even when he could not identify them, recognizing that the human capacity for self-deception and subtle suggestion was vast and often invisible even to careful observers. But he considered the Pollock case one of the more compelling instances he had investigated, a situation where the evidence aligned in ways that conventional psychology struggled to explain. The twins themselves eventually lost their apparent memories as they grew older, a pattern Stevenson observed in many of his cases. By the time they reached school age, the specific knowledge of their sisters' lives had faded, replaced by the ordinary experiences and memories of their own childhood. They grew into their own identities, distinct individuals rather than vessels for returned souls, whatever connection had seemed to exist between them and their dead siblings dissolving as they developed. What remains is a documented case that resists easy dismissal, but also refuses to prove anything definitively. The Pollock twins knew things they should not have known. They bore physical marks that corresponded to scars on children who died before they were conceived. They feared vehicles in ways that echoed the manner of those deaths. These facts are recorded, witnessed, investigated by professionals trained to evaluate evidence. But what they mean, whether they point toward survival of consciousness beyond death, toward mechanisms of memory we do not understand, or toward coincidences so striking that they seem designed, no one can say with certainty. The fog rolled thick across the waters off Vancouver Island on the morning of January 22, 1906, reducing visibility to nearly nothing as the steamship Valencia attempted to navigate one of the most treacherous coastlines in the Pacific Northwest. The ship had departed San Francisco bound for Seattle, carrying 173 passengers and crew through waters known to mariners as the Graveyard of the Pacific, a stretch of coast that had claimed vessels for as long as Europeans had sailed these seas. Captain Oscar Johnson, unfamiliar with the local conditions and struggling with equipment that may have been providing inaccurate readings, did not realize how close the Valencia had drifted to the rocky shore until the grinding crunch of the hull striking a reef made the situation horribly clear. What followed over the next 36 hours constitutes one of the most agonizing maritime disasters in North American history, a slow-motion catastrophe witnessed by rescuers who could not reach the victims, a tragedy of failed equipment and impossible conditions and decisions that condemned women and children to death in freezing waters within sight of land. The Valencia broke apart over the course of a day and a half, her passengers and crew struggling to survive as the ship was battered by waves, as lifeboats launched and immediately capsized, as those who remained aboard clung to the rigging knowing that help was visible on the cliffs above, but that no help could reach them in time. Of the 173 souls aboard, only 37 survived. The rest died within sight of salvation, their screams carried on the wind to rescuers who stood helpless on the cliffs, unable to descend the sheer rock faces, unable to launch boats through the churning surf that would have destroyed any vessel attempting to approach. Local residents formed human chains trying to reach survivors washed ashore. The nearby steamship Queen was dispatched to assist but arrived too late and too cautious. Her captain later criticized for refusing to risk his own ship in the dangerous conditions. Another rescue vessel, the City of Topeka, circled the wreck but could offer little assistance as waves continued to pound the Valencia into fragments. The dying stretched across hours that must have felt like eternity. Women clutched children as waves tore them from the rigging. Men drowned trying to swim ashore through waters so cold that hypothermia set in within minutes. Bodies washed up on beaches for weeks afterward, many never identified, buried in mass graves along the coastline. The inquiry that followed produced volumes of testimony and official condemnation, but changed little about the fundamental dangers of that stretch of coast, waters that would continue to claim ships and lives for decades to come. But the Valencia did not rest peacefully after her destruction. Almost immediately after the disaster, reports began emerging from sailors and fishermen working the waters near Pachena Point, accounts that would persist and multiply for generations. Men who knew these waters, who had grown up with the dangers and the ghosts of previous wrecks, began speaking of things they saw in the fog, shapes that materialized and vanished, sounds that carried across the water where no source could be identified. The first reports concerned a lifeboat. Sailors in the months following the wreck claimed to see one of the Valencia's small boats drifting through the mist, moving slowly as if rowed by invisible hands, occupied by figures that seemed wrong somehow, too still, too patient, watching the observer from across the grey water before the fog swallowed them again. These were not hysterical passengers or grieving families given to fancy. They were working mariners, men who spent their lives on these waters, men who knew the difference between floating debris and a crewed vessel, men who had no reason to invent stories that would mark them as unreliable in a profession where reliability meant survival. The lifeboat sightings continued for years, then decades. Different witnesses in different locations along the coast reported essentially the same phenomenon, a small boat drifting through fog that seemed to accompany it, figures aboard that never moved, never spoke, never acknowledged the observer's presence except perhaps with the quality of their attention, a sensation that multiple witnesses described independently, the feeling of being watched by something that had been waiting, something that had been drifting these waters for a very long time. Fishermen began avoiding certain stretches of coast at certain times, not because the waters were more dangerous there than elsewhere, but because of what might be encountered in the fog. The descriptions remained consistent across witnesses who had never spoken to each other, across decades during which the original disaster faded from immediate memory into historical record. The boat was small, a ship's lifeboat rather than a working vessel. Its occupants were seated as if rowed, but the oars did not move. Their clothing appeared old, Victorian in style, rotted and salt-stained. Their faces, when visible at all, showed the ravages of exposure and time, flesh drawn tight against bone, eyes that might have been empty sockets or might have held some terrible patience. The boat moved steadily through the water regardless of current or wind, maintaining its course, appearing from the fog and disappearing back into it as if the fog itself were its native element. Some witnesses reported the boat approaching their own vessels before veering away at the last moment. Others described calling out to the figures, asking if they needed assistance, receiving no response but feeling suddenly certain that approaching closer would be a mistake they might not survive. One fisherman in the 1920s claimed the ghost boat had followed his vessel for nearly an hour, maintaining a constant distance behind him, visible whenever he looked back, until he finally reached the harbour and turned to see empty water where the boat had been moments before. Then, in 1933, nearly 3 decades after the disaster, a discovery was made that added a new dimension to the mystery. A fishing crew working a remote cove discovered one of the Valencia's original lifeboats washed up among the rocks. The boat was in remarkably good condition, far better than any object exposed to Pacific waters for 27 years should have been. The paint showed minimal fading. The wood showed minimal rot. The identifying markings remained legible. The boat appeared to have been protected somehow, preserved by forces that should not have applied, as if it had been waiting in calm waters rather than tumbling through decades of storms and tides. The discovery was reported in newspapers, and investigators confirmed that the lifeboat matched those deployed from the Valencia on that terrible January morning. But no explanation was offered for its condition, no theory proposed that could account for how a small wooden boat had survived nearly 3 decades of Pacific exposure without being reduced to splinters, or at least showing the severe weathering that such exposure guaranteed. The lifeboat was collected, examined, and eventually forgotten by official records, but the mariners of that coast did not forget. They noted that the ghost sightings continued even after the physical boat had been found, as if whatever haunted those waters was not bound to any single vessel, as if the spirits of the Valencia's dead were reenacting their final voyage in perpetuity, condemned to drift forever through the fog that had delivered them to their deaths. The waters off Pachena Point carry other names among those who work them. The locals call this stretch the graveyard of the Pacific, not merely because of the Valencia or any single disaster, but because the combination of rocky reefs, powerful currents, dense fog, and unpredictable storms has claimed more ships than anyone has counted. The Valencia was simply the most dramatic in a long history of loss, the one that imprinted most deeply on the collective memory of the coast. but sailors suggest that the ghosts of this water are not limited to a single wreck, that something about this place accumulates spirits, holds on to them, refuses to let the dead rest. Indigenous peoples who lived along this coast for thousands of years before European contact had their own understanding of these waters. Their oral traditions speak of places where the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead grows thin, where the spirits of the drowned can be seen walking the beaches at twilight, where the fog itself carries voices of those who perished calling out to the living. These traditions predated the Valencia by centuries, suggesting that whatever made this coastline feel haunted was not created by any single disaster, but recognised by those who knew the land long before written records began. The question of what sailors actually see when they report the ghost boat admits no certain answer. Skeptics propose that fog and exhaustion and the power of expectation combine to produce hallucinations, that men who have heard stories of phantom vessels are primed to see them when conditions align. But this explanation struggles with the consistency of the reports across witnesses who had no contact with each other, with the specific details that match across decades, with the physical discovery of the preserved lifeboat that seemed to validate something beyond mere collective imagination. Others suggest that certain locations accumulate a kind of emotional residue from traumatic events, that the terror and desperation of the Valencia's final hours somehow imprinted on the waters themselves, playing back under certain conditions like a recording that requires no machine to project it. This theory, sometimes called the stone tape hypothesis, proposes that strong emotions can be stored in physical matter and perceived by sensitive observers later. It remains entirely unproven, a speculation rather than an explanation, but it offers at least a framework for understanding why specific locations seem to produce specific hauntings with such reliability. What can be said with certainty is that the accounts continue. As recently as the late 20th century, mariners working the waters off Vancouver Island reported encounters with the ghost lifeboat, sightings that matched the historical descriptions in every particular. Whatever appeared to witnesses in 1907 appears still, drifting through fog that seems thicker in that region than anywhere else along the coast, crewed by figures that belong to another century, patient in their endless voyage across waters that claimed them and apparently refused to release them. The Valencia herself lies broken on the ocean floor, visited occasionally by divers who report an oppressive atmosphere even by the standards of shipwreck diving, a sense of grief that seems to permeate the water itself. The dead are not all accounted for. Many bodies were never recovered, swept away by currents or consumed by marine life, or simply lost in the chaos of the disaster. Perhaps their restlessness is explained by this incompleteness, by the lack of proper burial, by the unfinished business that certain traditions suggest binds spirits to the physical world. Or perhaps the explanation is simpler and stranger. Perhaps some deaths are too terrible to end cleanly. Perhaps certain waters remember what happened in them and remind those who pass through of what was lost. We call it a fairy tale because that is how it reached most of us, filtered through centuries of retelling, simplified into a story about rats and broken promises and magical music. But the story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin, stripped of its later embellishments and traced back to its earliest documented sources, reveals something far stranger and darker than a children's fable. A historical event preserved in official records that describes the real disappearance of 130 children from a German town on a summer day in 1284. The town of Hamelin sits in what is now Lower Saxony, Germany, along the banks of the Weser River. In the 13th century, it was a modest but prosperous community, a centre of trade connected to the larger networks of medieval commerce, home to perhaps a few thousand inhabitants living within its walls. The town kept careful records, as medieval towns did, documenting births and deaths and significant events in chronicles that were maintained and copied across generations, and in those chronicles, in stained glass windows commissioned to commemorate the event. In laws that remained in force for 700 years, the town documented what happened on the 26th of June, 1284. The earliest written account dates to approximately 1300, recorded in the town chronicle some 16 years after the event itself, presumably while witnesses were still alive to verify the details. The entry is terse by modern standards but remarkably specific. It is 100 years since our children left. This dating system, measuring time from the departure of the children rather than from the birth of Christ, suggests how profoundly the event shaped the town's identity, how completely it dominated local memory for generations afterward. The children's disappearance was not merely an incident to be recorded, it became the central reference point of Hamelin's collective history. Later accounts, still centuries before the Brothers Grimm would adapt the story for their famous collection, provide more detail. They describe a man appearing in the town dressed in clothing of multiple colours, a pied or parti-coloured garment that marked him as unusual, perhaps an entertainer, perhaps something else entirely. The earliest versions make no mention of rats at all. The rat element appears to have been added later, perhaps centuries later, perhaps to provide a comprehensible motive for the man's actions, a framework of payment and betrayal that made the story conform to familiar moral patterns. The original accounts speak only of the piper and the children. According to these sources, the piper led the children out of the town on that June day, playing music that apparently compelled them to follow him. The children, numbering 130 according to the most consistent accounts, walked through the town gates and toward the hills that surround Hamelin. They were seen entering a place variously described as a cave, a mountainside, a gap in the earth, and then they vanished. Not one of the 130 children was ever seen again. Not one returned. Not one body was recovered. They simply ceased to exist in any recorded form. The town's response to this catastrophe was preserved in ways that suggest genuine trauma rather than invented legend. The street through which the children were led, known today as the Bungalowsenstrasse, was forbidden by law from hosting music, dancing, or celebration of any kind. This prohibition remained in effect for over 700 years, enforced through local ordinances, respected by residents who understood that something terrible had happened on this ground, and that the dead, or the vanished, deserved the silence of perpetual mourning. A street where drums could not be played, where joy could not be expressed, because 130 children had walked down it and never come back. The stained glass window depicting the event was installed in the Hamelin church around 1300, again within living memory of whatever actually occurred. This window survived for nearly 3 centuries before being destroyed, but copies and descriptions preserved its imagery. Children following a figure dressed in bright colours, walking toward hills or mountains, some accounts adding details of the children holding hands or carrying flowers, unaware of the fate that awaited them. The window was not a whimsical illustration of a folk tale. It was a memorial commissioned by a community trying to comprehend and commemorate an event that had shattered their understanding of how the world worked. Modern historians have proposed numerous theories for what actually happened on that June day. Some suggest the children were recruited for one of the so-called Children's Crusades, mass movements of young people toward the Holy Land that ended almost universally in disaster, in death or enslavement, or simple disappearance into regions from which no return was possible. But the dating does not align perfectly with known crusade movements, and the specificity of the event, a single day, a single town, a precise number, fits poorly with the more diffuse phenomena of crusade recruitment. Others have proposed migration, suggesting that the children were part of a planned settlement expedition to Eastern Territories, regions being colonized by German-speaking peoples during this period. In this reading, the piper was a recruiter who convinced or compelled families to send their children eastward, where they would settle new lands and presumably never return to their original homes. Some scholars have pointed to towns in Poland and Romania, whose founding legends describe settlers from Hamelin arriving in the late 13th century, suggesting that the children did not die but simply moved, their departure remembered as a loss because they never came back to the town that raised them. The dancing plague hypothesis proposes that the children were seized by one of the mysterious episodes of involuntary dancing that afflicted medieval Europe periodically, mass psychogenic events that caused entire communities to dance uncontrollably for hours or days, sometimes until participants collapsed from exhaustion or died. In this reading, the children danced their way out of Hamelin and into the hills, following a musician whose playing triggered the episode, eventually dancing until they perished from exposure or exertion in the remote countryside. Such episodes are documented elsewhere in medieval records, lending some credibility to this interpretation, though the specific details of the Hamelin event fit imperfectly. Darker theories propose murder, either by an individual predator who somehow convinced the children to follow him, or by some faction within the town itself that wanted the children eliminated for reasons lost to history. The 130 children might have been killed in a single mass event and buried in some location that was subsequently forgotten or deliberately concealed. This interpretation acknowledges the horror implicit in the original accounts, while struggling to explain how any individual could have controlled so many children, could have lured them all from their homes and families on a summer afternoon without anyone intervening. The truth is that we do not know what happened in Hamelin on June 26, 1284. We know that something happened, that it was considered significant enough to reshape the town's calendar and memorial practices for centuries, that it involved the permanent loss of 130 young people, in circumstances that seem to require supernatural explanation to those who witnessed the aftermath. We know that the earliest accounts emphasize music, colourful clothing, and collective departure toward the hills. We know that the rats were added later, perhaps to make the story comprehensible, perhaps to provide the satisfying shape of a moral tale in which broken promises lead to punishment. What we do not know is whether the children died or lived elsewhere, whether they were taken by violence or persuasion, whether the piper was human or something else, whether the event was natural, criminal, or genuinely beyond ordinary explanation. The gap between the fragmentary evidence and the confident stories we tell about the Pied Piper is the space where mystery lives, the acknowledgement that 7 centuries ago something terrible occurred in a small German town and that no one has ever been able to explain it adequately. The resonance of this story, its persistence across centuries, its adaptation into countless retellings, suggests that it touches something deeper than historical curiosity. The fear of losing children, of having them led away by forces beyond parental control, remains one of the primal terrors of human existence. The Pied Piper embodies that fear in its purest form, a stranger with music that bypasses reason, that compels obedience, that makes children follow willingly toward their own disappearance. Whether the original event was kidnapping or plague or migration or something stranger still, the town of Hamelin experienced the nightmare that all parents fear, and they never forgot it. The sun beat down on Glenelg Beach near Adelaide, Australia, on the 26th of January 1966. It was Australia Day, a national holiday, and the beach was crowded with families enjoying the summer weather. Among them were 3 children who had taken the bus from their home a few miles away: Jane Beaumont, aged 9, her sister Anna, 7, and their little brother Grant, just 4 years old. Their mother had given them money for bus fare and snacks, expecting them home by mid-afternoon. It was the kind of excursion that children took routinely in that era, an age when neighbourhoods felt safe, and parents assumed their children would return from minor adventures unharmed. The Beaumont children did not return that afternoon. They did not return that evening. They have never returned. Their disappearance on that summer holiday became one of the most devastating and thoroughly investigated missing persons cases in Australian history, a mystery that transformed the nation's relationship to childhood safety and that remains unsolved nearly 60 years later. The initial hours of the search yielded witnesses who had seen the children at the beach, and their accounts painted a disturbing picture. Multiple observers reported seeing Jane, Anna, and Grant playing not alone but in the company of an adult man. He was described as tall, thin, with blonde hair and a tanned complexion, perhaps in his 30s or early 40s, wearing swimming trunks like the other beachgoers. He appeared to know the children, or at least they appeared comfortable with him, playing games together, laughing, showing none of the wariness that children typically display around strangers. One witness observed the man and children lying on the grass together, resting in the shade. Another saw him helping the younger children across the street. A shopkeeper at a nearby bakery recalled the children coming in to buy lunch, accompanied by the same man. The purchase included extra food, a meat pie that the children had not bought on previous visits, and was paid for with a £1 note. Their mother had given them only enough coins for bus fare and minor snacks. Someone else had provided the money. The Beaumonts were described as well-raised children who would not typically accept gifts from strangers or spend time with adults they did not know. Their apparent familiarity with the man suggested to investigators that he had encountered them before, perhaps at the beach on previous visits, cultivating a relationship over time, earning their trust through gradual contact until they viewed him as a familiar acquaintance rather than a threatening stranger. This patient grooming, if that is what it was, had apparently succeeded well enough that the children left the beach willingly in his company and were never seen again. The investigation that followed was massive by the standards of its time, eventually becoming the largest missing persons search in Australian history. Police interviewed hundreds of witnesses, followed thousands of leads, searched homes and businesses and remote properties across the region. Volunteer searchers combed through bushland and beaches and abandoned buildings. The children's photographs were distributed nationwide, their faces becoming icons of loss and fear that an entire generation of Australians would never forget. Suspects emerged and were investigated, some clearing themselves, others remaining under suspicion for years before being eliminated from consideration. One man in particular, a local accountant and factory manager named Harry Phipps, became a focus of intense scrutiny decades after the original disappearance. Former acquaintances described him as an unstable individual with access to properties where bodies might have been concealed. Searches were conducted at multiple locations associated with him, including a factory site that was excavated after his death. Nothing was ever found. Phipps died without being charged, and investigators were unable to establish with certainty that he had any connection to the missing children. Other suspects have surfaced over the years, some identified through new forensic techniques, others emerging through tips from witnesses who remained silent for decades before coming forward. Each new lead has generated media attention and renewed hope among those who remember the case, only to end in frustration when the evidence fails to support charges or when the trail goes cold before reaching definitive answers. The Beaumont case changed Australia in ways that extended far beyond the immediate investigation. Before January 1966, Australian children routinely travelled independently, took buses alone, spent unsupervised hours at beaches and parks and neighbourhood streets. After the disappearance, a new wariness settled over the national consciousness. Parents became reluctant to let children out of their sight. The era of free-range childhood, of unsupervised adventure, began its long decline. The Beaumont children became symbols of lost innocence in a double sense. Their own innocence taken by whoever abducted them, and the nation's innocent assumption that children were safe in public spaces, shattered permanently by their disappearance. Jim and Nancy Beaumont, the children's parents, devoted the rest of their lives to searching for answers. Jim Beaumont died in 2021, in his 92nd year, without ever learning what had happened to his children. Nancy Beaumont, now in her 90s, has maintained hope that the truth will eventually emerge, that someone somewhere knows what happened and will finally speak. Investigators have suggested that multiple people may have witnessed relevant events without realizing their significance, that the answer to the mystery may exist in fragments distributed across dozens of minds, waiting to be assembled into a coherent picture. The man with the blonde hair was never identified. The children's bodies were never found. The payment for the meat pie was never traced. Whatever happened after the children left Glenelg Beach that afternoon happened in complete darkness, invisible to the investigation despite the intensity of the search, protected by the silence of whoever participated or witnessed or simply suspected without ever coming forward. The Beaumont case remains open. Australian police continue to receive tips and pursue leads more than half a century after the crime. Each generation produces new investigators who study the evidence with fresh eyes, hoping to find patterns or connections that their predecessors missed. Technology has advanced enormously since 1966, offering capabilities for DNA analysis and digital investigation that did not exist when the children disappeared. But technology requires evidence to analyze, and whatever evidence might have existed at the original crime scene was never collected, was possibly destroyed decades ago, may no longer exist in any recoverable form. What remains is the fundamental mystery. 3 children who trusted a stranger and vanished from the face of the earth, their fate unknown, their absence a wound that has never healed in the collective memory of a nation. Somewhere, the truth exists. Someone knows what happened. But that knowledge has remained hidden for nearly 60 years, protected by death or fear or complicity or simple silence, and with each passing year, the possibility of resolution grows dimmer, even as the need for answers remains as urgent as ever. At the northwestern base of Mount Fuji, where volcanic eruptions of ancient centuries deposited layer upon layer of hardened lava, there grows a forest unlike any other in Japan. The Japanese call it Aokigahara, the Sea of Trees, a name that captures something of its strange character. The way the forest canopy stretches in waves across the volcanic terrain, like an ocean frozen in the moment of its swelling. The trees grow twisted and dense, their roots spreading across the porous lava rock rather than penetrating deep into soil, creating a landscape where the boundary between earth and vegetation seems to dissolve, where walking feels less like traversing solid ground than navigating the surface of something alive and watchful. The forest covers approximately 14 square miles of ancient lava flows, terrain so uneven and densely vegetated that visitors who stray even a few meters from marked trails can become hopelessly disoriented within minutes. The volcanic rock beneath creates strange acoustic properties, absorbing sound in ways that produce an eerie, unnatural silence. Birds do not sing here with the frequency heard in other Japanese forests. Insects seem muted. The wind, when it penetrates the dense canopy at all, moves through the twisted branches with a sound that visitors describe as something between a whisper and a moan, as if the forest itself were breathing with great difficulty. The magnetic iron deposits concentrated in the volcanic rock beneath Aokigahara interfere with electronic equipment in ways that have been documented but never fully explained. Compasses spin erratically or point in directions that bear no relationship to magnetic north. GPS signals weaken, fragment, become unreliable. Mobile phones lose reception not gradually but suddenly, as if passing through an invisible barrier that severs connection to the world beyond the tree line. Park authorities and rescue teams have learned to use brightly coloured plastic tape, tied to branches at regular intervals, as the only reliable method of navigation, creating trails that can be followed back to safety when electronic devices fail. Even these precautions sometimes prove insufficient. The forest has claimed victims who were never found, their fates unknown, their final locations, mysteries within the greater mystery of Aokigahara itself. Japanese culture has associated this forest with death and the supernatural for centuries, long before it acquired its modern reputation. In the Edo period and earlier, the region was associated with ubasut, the legendary practice of carrying elderly relatives into remote wilderness to die when families could no longer afford to feed them. Whether this practice actually occurred with any frequency, or whether it exists primarily as cultural myth, remains debated by historians. What is certain is that Aokigahara absorbed these associations, becoming in the Japanese imagination a liminal space, a threshold between the world of the living and whatever lies beyond, a place where the boundary between existence and non-existence grows thin and permeable. The Yurei of Japanese folklore, those restless spirits of the dead who remain bound to the physical world by unfinished business or violent ends, are said to congregate in places like Aokigahara, drawn to locations saturated with death and sorrow. The forest's reputation as a gathering place for Yurei predates its modern association with suicide by generations, suggesting that something about Aokigahara's atmosphere, its silence, its disorienting geography, its magnetic anomalies, created an impression of supernatural presence long before the 20th century brought new forms of tragedy to its depths. The connection between Aokigahara and suicide appears to have intensified following the publication of Seicho Matsumoto's novel Kuroi Jukai in 1960, a work of fiction that depicted a doomed love affair ending with lovers taking their own lives in the sea of trees. Whether the novel created the association or merely reflected and amplified an existing pattern remains unclear. What is documented is that suicides in Aokigahara increased dramatically in the decades following the book's publication, and increased again after the publication of Wataru Tsurumi's controversial suicide manual in 1993, which specifically identified Aokigahara as an ideal location for ending one's life. By the early 2000s, Japanese authorities were recovering dozens of bodies from the forest annually, enough that regular sweeps became necessary, enough that the phenomenon attracted international attention and established Aokigahara as one of the most frequented suicide sites in the world. In 2003, the number reached 105 documented cases in a single year. Japanese authorities, recognizing that publicity appeared to intensify rather than diminish the phenomenon, stopped publishing annual figures after 2010, hoping that reduced media attention might weaken the forest's magnetic pull on those contemplating self-destruction. Signs posted at trail entrances now carry messages urging visitors to reconsider, to think of their families, to call crisis hotlines whose numbers are displayed prominently. Park workers patrol the marked trails, trained to recognize the body language and behavioral patterns of those who may have entered with the intention of not leaving, prepared to engage in conversation, to offer help, to guide the desperate back toward the possibility of another path. But the forest is vast, the trails are limited, and those determined to avoid detection find it easy to slip away into the dense undergrowth, where the twisted trees close around them like a living maze. The lava rock surface is broken and uneven, creating natural cavities and depressions where a body might remain hidden for weeks, for months, for years. Decomposition proceeds slowly in the cool, shaded environment. Personal effects scattered across the forest floor, shoes arranged neatly beside final resting places, notes pinned to tree trunks or weighted with stones, mark locations where someone's journey ended, where the boundary between the sea of trees and whatever ocean lies beyond was finally crossed. Those who enter Aokigahara with no intention of self-harm, the hikers, the curious, the researchers drawn by the forest's strange reputation, report experiences that resist comfortable explanation. The silence is the first thing they mention, that preternatural quiet that seems to swallow sound, that makes every footstep seem intrusive, that produces a persistent sensation of being observed. Compasses behaving erratically, phones losing signal, these have rational explanations rooted in geology and physics. But visitors report other phenomena less easily dismissed. Objects appearing to move between glances, voices calling from deeper in the trees, voices that sound almost but not quite like companions who insist they said nothing. The feeling of being followed, of someone walking just behind, close enough to hear breathing, yet turning to find no one there. Are these experiences the product of psychology, rather than the supernatural, the expected response of human minds confronted with an environment saturated in death and cultural associations with the spirit world? Perhaps. The mind creates what it expects to find, what it fears to find, what cultural programming has taught it to anticipate. Aokigahara is haunted by reputation before any visitor ever sets foot beneath its canopy. The suggestion of ghosts, embedded in centuries of folklore and reinforced by the forest's documented modern tragedy, may produce ghost experiences regardless of whether any paranormal presence actually exists. The brain, evolved to detect patterns and presences, to err on the side of caution when survival might depend on recognizing threats, generates false positives when environmental conditions trigger ancestral anxiety responses. This explanation is rational, satisfying, complete. And yet the experiences persist. Those who spend time in Aokigahara, the workers and researchers and rescue personnel who enter the forest regularly, who presumably should become desensitized to its atmosphere over time, report that familiarity does not breed comfort. The unease remains. The sense of being watched does not diminish. Something about the sea of trees continues to produce responses that the rational mind struggles to explain away, even when explanation seems the obvious choice. What is Aokigahara? A geological curiosity formed by ancient volcanic eruptions, its magnetic anomalies the predictable consequence of iron-rich basalt, its acoustic strangeness the result of porous rock and dense vegetation that absorb rather than reflect sound waves. A cultural construction, shaped by centuries of folklore and amplified by modern media until it became a self-fulfilling prophecy, a destination for the desperate precisely because it had been identified as such. A genuine liminal space where something beyond ordinary perception waits in the silence between the trees, where the boundary between worlds has worn thin from the passage of so many souls, where the dead do not rest but linger, watching those who walk through their domain. The forest keeps its secrets. The silence remains unbroken by satisfying answers. Somewhere beneath the twisted canopy, the magnetic rock continues to spin compasses in confusion. The roots continue to spread across the lava, and whatever it is that visitors sense but cannot name continues its patient watching. The sea of trees remembers everyone who has entered its depths, and everyone who has never left, and it offers no explanations to those who come seeking understanding. Far to the north and west, in the remote valleys of central Norway, a different kind of mystery manifests not in silence and shadow, but in light, in luminous phenomena that have been appearing in the sky over Hessdalen Valley for at least 4 decades, and quite possibly for far longer than modern documentation records. The valley stretches approximately 15 kilometers through sparsely populated terrain, a landscape of mountains and forests and small farms, where the population numbers in the hundreds rather than thousands, where winter nights grow long and dark and cold, and where the sky has become a stage for displays that no scientific investigation has yet managed to fully explain. The lights began attracting serious attention in the early 1980s, when local residents reported unusual aerial phenomena with increasing frequency, sometimes observing multiple events per week. The description shared common features across independent witnesses. Luminous orbs, ranging in colour from white to yellow to red, appeared in the sky above the valley, sometimes hovering motionless for extended periods, sometimes drifting slowly across the landscape, sometimes moving with sudden acceleration that seemed to defy conventional physics. The lights varied in size from small points to objects that appeared several meters in diameter. They pulsed, flickered, changed colour, merged with other lights, split into multiple objects, behaved in ways that suggested intention, or at least pattern rather than the random fluctuations of natural atmospheric phenomena. By 1984, the frequency of sightings had attracted academic interest, serious enough to justify formal investigation. Norwegian researchers, later joined by colleagues from Italy, France, and other countries, established Project Hessdalen, an ongoing scientific effort to document and analyze the lights using radar, spectrography, photography, magnetometry, and every other technical instrument that might capture data about the phenomenon. In 1998, an automated measurement station was constructed on a ridge overlooking the valley, equipped with cameras and sensors that could record light events continuously without requiring human presence on site. The station has operated ever since, accumulating thousands of photographs and measurements, building what may be the most comprehensive scientific database of any anomalous light phenomenon in the world. What has this investigation revealed? The lights are real. They are not hoaxes, not aircraft, not satellites, not simple reflections or refractions of conventional light sources. They appear on radar, confirming physical presence rather than pure optical illusion. Spectrographic analysis has detected unusual spectral signatures, suggesting ionized gas or plasma, though the specific chemistry varies between events and has never been fully characterized. The lights sometimes move in patterns that suggest intelligent control, following aircraft that pass through the valley, approaching researchers who attempt to observe them, exhibiting what witnesses describe as curiosity or response to human presence. Are these descriptions the product of anthropomorphization, the human tendency to project intention onto phenomena that are actually random and mindless? Perhaps. The brain is wired to detect agency, to interpret movement as purposeful, to see faces in clouds and intention in coincidence. A light that happens to drift in the direction of an observer may be following atmospheric currents or electromagnetic gradients, rather than responding to human attention. The perceived intelligence of the Hessdalen lights may exist entirely in the minds of those who watch them rather than in the lights themselves, and yet the data accumulated over more than 40 years of observation suggests something genuinely unusual is occurring in that Norwegian valley. Proposed explanations have included ionized dust particles carried aloft by air currents, piezoelectric discharge from quartz-bearing rock under tectonic stress, combustion of gases released by geological processes, and plasma formations created by electrical activity between layers of the atmosphere. Each theory explains some aspects of the phenomenon, while failing to account for others. The piezoelectric hypothesis addresses the geological context but struggles to explain the light's duration and movement patterns. The plasma theory accounts for the spectral signatures but provides no mechanism for the apparent solidity and longevity of the objects observed. The combustion model requires atmospheric conditions that measurements have not consistently confirmed. The lights continue to appear. Researchers continue to observe. Theories continue to fail complete explanation. Whatever generates the Hessdalen phenomenon, whether conventional physics operating in ways not yet understood, or something genuinely outside current scientific frameworks, remains stubbornly resistant to the kind of definitive identification that would allow the mystery to be declared solved and closed. The valley has become a permanent laboratory for the study of the unexplained, a place where the boundaries between known and unknown, natural and anomalous, possible and impossible, seem to blur as persistently as the lights themselves blur between colours as they drift across the darkened sky. Is Hessdalen unique? Similar unexplained light phenomena have been reported from locations scattered across the globe, from the Marfa lights of Texas to the Min lights of the Australian outback, to the will-o'-the-wisps that European folklore attributed to fairy activity, or spirits of the dead. Whether these diverse phenomena share common causes, whether they represent independent manifestations of the same underlying physics, or whether they are entirely unrelated events that coincidentally resemble one another remains unknown. What distinguishes Hessdalen is the intensity of scientific attention it has received, the duration and rigour of the investigation, the quality of the data accumulated. If anywhere on Earth should have yielded a definitive explanation for anomalous light phenomena by now, it should be this remote Norwegian valley where researchers have maintained continuous observation for more than 4 decades. The explanation has not come. The lights keep appearing, the cameras keep recording, the mystery keeps its silence even as the lights blaze brightly enough to illuminate the snow-covered hillsides below, even as radar tracks their movement across the valley, even as spectrometers capture their unusual signatures. Something is happening in Hessdalen, something that existing scientific frameworks cannot fully accommodate, something that continues to invite investigation while resisting conclusion. The lights will appear again tonight, or tomorrow night, or the night after, as they have for at least 40 years and possibly for centuries before anyone thought to point instruments at them. They will drift and pulse and change colour and move in patterns that seem almost intelligent, almost responsive, almost communicative, and they will offer no answers to those who watch and wonder what they are. On Christmas Eve 1945, in the coal mining town of Fayetteville, West Virginia, the Sodder family gathered in their wooden home to celebrate the holiday. George Sodder, an Italian immigrant who had built a successful trucking business, and his wife Jenny had 10 children, ranging in age from toddlers to teenagers. The house was full of life that evening, full of the noise and chaos of a large family in the midst of celebration. By the time the family went to bed, no one suspected that the night would end in horror, that the flames that would consume their home would also ignite a mystery that would burn for the rest of their lives. The fire started sometime after midnight, the exact time uncertain because the details of that night would be disputed and reanalyzed for decades to come. What is known is that when George and Jenny awakened to smoke and flames, they immediately began accounting for their children. 4 of the older children escaped the house along with their parents, but 5 children, Maurice age 14, Martha age 12, Louis age 9, Jenny age 8, and Betty age 5, were trapped on the second floor. The fire spread with terrifying speed. The staircase became impassable. George Sodder attempted to reach the second floor but was driven back by the heat. He ran outside to retrieve a ladder normally kept against the side of the house, but it was not there. It would later be found discarded 75 feet away, too far to have been moved by the fire itself. The telephone lines were dead. George discovered this when he tried to call for help. They had been working earlier that evening. Now, when seconds mattered, when his children were trapped and burning, the phone produced only silence. He ran to neighbours to summon assistance, but in the rural West Virginia night the fire department was miles away, and by the time trucks arrived, the wooden house had collapsed into embers. The fire chief estimated that the blaze had been burning for 45 minutes by the time professional equipment reached the scene. Too long to have left anything but ash and bone, but that was precisely the problem. When George Sodder examined the ruins of his home in the morning light, he found no bones. 5 children had presumably perished in that fire. 5 bodies, 5 skeletons, should have remained among the ashes. George searched through every bit of debris, sifted through every pile of ash, examined every fragment that might have been bone. He found nothing, not a single human remain, not a tooth, not a fragment of skull, nothing. The fire marshal ruled the fire accidental caused by faulty wiring. He ruled the children dead, consumed entirely by the flames. George Sodder, who had worked in construction and understood something of how fire behaved, found this explanation impossible to accept. The fire had burned hot, yes. The house had been wooden, yes. But 5 human bodies do not simply vanish. Cremation requires sustained temperatures far higher than a house fire typically achieves, temperatures maintained for extended periods to reduce bone to ash. In house fires across America, bodies are recovered, damaged, sometimes unrecognizable, but present. The Sodder children had simply disappeared, as if the fire had consumed not just their flesh, but their very existence. Strange details emerged as George and Jenny began their own investigation. The cut telephone lines had not been damaged by fire. They had been severed cleanly, deliberately, at a point some distance from the house. The ladder had not been moved by heat or falling debris. It had been carried away and left where no one fighting the fire would think to look for it. A neighbour reported seeing the missing children in a passing car on the morning after the fire, hours after they had supposedly died. The driver, she said, was a stranger, and the children in the back seat matched the descriptions of those presumed dead. The fire had started, according to initial investigation, in a fuse box. George Sodder insisted the wiring had recently been inspected and found to be in good condition. More disturbing still, witnesses came forward to report that months before the fire, a stranger had threatened George with specific reference to his house burning down. The threat had followed George's public criticism of Mussolini and the fascist government of Italy, criticism that had attracted the attention of certain elements within the Italian-American community who did not appreciate such outspokenness. Was there a connection? Had someone targeted the Sodder family? Had the fire been arson rather than accident, murder rather than tragedy, kidnapping rather than death? George and Jenny Sodder never stopped believing their children were alive. They refused to accept the official conclusion. They hired private investigators, placed advertisements in newspapers offering rewards for information, erected a billboard along the highway near their property displaying photographs of the 5 missing children and pleading for anyone with knowledge to come forward. The billboard stood for decades. The children's faces preserved in paint even as those who remembered them alive grew old and died, even as the mystery remained unsolved, even as George and Jenny dedicated every remaining year of their lives to the search for truth. In 1968, more than 2 decades after the fire, the Sodder family received a letter postmarked from Kentucky. Inside was a photograph of a young man, perhaps in his mid-20s, whose features bore striking resemblance to Louis Sodder, who would have been approximately that age had he survived the fire. On the back of the photograph, in handwriting no one recognized, was written, "Louis Sodder. I love brother Frankie. Illil boys. A90132 or 35. The cryptic message was never decoded. The photograph was never traced to its source. The postmark identified only the general region of origin, not the specific sender. George and Jenny hired investigators to follow up on this lead, to search Kentucky for any trace of Louis or the other children, to find the person who had sent this tantalizing fragment of possible evidence. The investigation produced nothing. The photograph remains, preserved among the family's records, a face that might be Louis Sodder grown to adulthood, or might be a stranger who happened to share certain features, a mystery that answered nothing while suggesting everything. George Sodder died in 1969, still searching, still hoping, still refusing to believe his children had burned. Jenny Sodder continued the investigation until her own death in 1989, more than 40 years after Christmas Eve 1945, still convinced that somewhere in America her 5 missing children were alive, possibly unaware of their true identities, possibly held by whoever had taken them from the burning house on that terrible night. The billboard came down after her death, the family's public appeal finally ending after nearly half a century. What happened to Morris, Martha, Louis, Jenny, and Betty Sodder? The official answer remains that they died in the fire and were completely consumed by the flames, a conclusion that explains the absence of remains while requiring acceptance of an outcome that fire science suggests is extraordinarily unlikely. The alternative answer, that they were kidnapped by unknown parties for unknown reasons, that the fire was set to cover the abduction, that 5 children were spirited away and given new identities and new lives while their parents searched desperately for decades, raises more questions than it answers. Who would take 5 children? How would they be kept from revealing their true identities as they grew older? Why would someone send a photograph of a possible survivor more than 20 years later, only to provide no further contact? The Sodder family mystery exists in the space between these irreconcilable explanations, in the gap between official certainty and parental conviction, in the silence where 5 children's voices should have been heard and were not. The house is gone, rebuilt or replaced long ago. The billboard has been removed, though photographs of it survive. George and Jenny Sodder are buried in a cemetery that offers no answers to the question that defined their final decades. And somewhere, whether in the ashes of a West Virginia house fire or in the memories of people who may not know their own origins, the truth about what happened on Christmas Eve 1945 continues to resist the passage of time. The street called 657 Boulevard in Westfield, New Jersey, is tree-lined and quiet, indistinguishable from dozens of similar streets in dozens of similar affluent suburban towns across America. The houses are large, well-maintained, set back from the road behind manicured lawns. Families move in, raise children, grow old, move out. Real estate transactions proceed according to the familiar rhythms of American middle-class life. Nothing about 657 Boulevard suggests that it might be the setting for one of the most unsettling stalking cases in recent American history, that the pleasant colonial-style house standing on its generous lot might carry a weight of accumulated dread that no home inspection could detect. In 2014, Derek and Maria Broadus purchased the property for approximately $1.4 million, a substantial investment representing years of work and the promise of a dream fulfilled. They had 3 young children. The house was perfect for their family, large enough for everyone, located in an excellent school district, the kind of home where a growing family could put down roots and build a life. The Broadus family completed the purchase and began planning renovations before moving in. They were excited. They were hopeful. They had no idea what was waiting for them. The first letter arrived within days of the closing. It was addressed to the new owner, typed rather than handwritten, bearing no return address. Its content was unlike anything the Broadus family had ever encountered. The writer introduced themselves as the Watcher, claiming that their family had been watching 657 Boulevard for decades, that the duty of watching the house had been passed down through generations, and that the author had now been put in charge of continuing this vigil. 657 Boulevard has been the subject of my family for decades now, the letter read. I have been put in charge of watching and waiting for its second coming. My grandfather watched the house in the 1920s, and my father watched in the 1960s. It is now my time. The letter continued with details that transformed its strangeness into something far more sinister. The Watcher demonstrated knowledge of the Broadus family that should have been impossible for a stranger to possess. The children's names appeared in the text. References to rooms inside the house suggested intimate familiarity with its layout. The tone shifted between apparent concern and barely concealed threat, between expressions of protective interest and implications of surveillance so complete that privacy had ceased to exist for anyone who lived within those walls. "Do you need to fill the house with the young blood I requested?" the letter asked. "Once I know their names, I will call to them and draw them to me." The Broadus family, understandably alarmed, contacted the Westfield Police Department. An investigation was opened. The letter was analysed for fingerprints, for DNA traces, for any forensic evidence that might identify its author. None was found. The Watcher had been careful, methodical, leaving no physical traces that could be followed back to a human being with a name and an address. Whoever was watching 657 Boulevard understood how not to be caught. More letters followed. Each one demonstrated the same unsettling combination of detailed knowledge and oblique menace. The Watcher commented on construction work being done at the house, suggesting observations so regular that changes to the property were being monitored in real time. References to the children became more specific, more personal, more disturbing. The writer asked questions that seemed designed to maximize discomfort, while maintaining just enough ambiguity to avoid explicit threats. "Have they found what is in the walls yet?" one letter inquired. The question was never explained. No clarification was offered. The Broadus family was left to wonder whether something had literally been hidden inside the structure of their new home, whether the walls contained secrets that predated their ownership, whether the Watcher was speaking metaphorically or documenting actual knowledge of concealed objects. They hired contractors to examine the walls. Nothing unusual was found, but the question lingered, as it was surely intended to linger, creating a persistent unease that no inspection could fully dispel. The letters continued to arrive over months and then years. The Broadus family never actually moved into the house. The dream home they had purchased for their children became a source of constant anxiety, a property they could neither comfortably occupy nor easily sell. They attempted to rent the house, hoping that physical distance might provide some relief from the Watcher's attention. But the letters followed, now addressed to the tenants, suggesting that whoever was watching had shifted their focus to the new occupants, while maintaining awareness of the Broadus family's continued ownership. The investigation expanded. Private detectives were hired. The previous owners of 657 Boulevard were questioned extensively. Some former residents admitted to receiving strange letters themselves, letters they had dismissed as harmless oddities, or had chosen not to disclose during the sale. The realization that the watcher's attention to the property extended backward in time, that this surveillance predated the Broadus family's involvement by unknown years or possibly decades, added another layer of dread to an already disturbing situation. Suspicion inevitably fell on the neighbours. Anonymous letters suggesting intimate knowledge of a property's interior and its occupants' daily routines most often originate from someone with regular visual access to the house in question. The police interviewed residents of surrounding properties. Some were cooperative, some were defensive, some seemed genuinely bewildered by the investigation. No definitive suspect emerged. The watcher remained anonymous, a presence felt but never seen, a voice heard only through typed words on paper. The letters displayed characteristics that investigators found particularly troubling. The writing suggested intelligence and education. The author demonstrated awareness of how to craft communications that would cause maximum psychological impact while avoiding language that would constitute legally actionable threats. The watcher seemed to understand precisely where the line fell between harassment and assault, between surveillance and stalking, and maintained position just beyond the reach of easy prosecution. This was not the work of an impulsive, disturbed individual acting on momentary obsession. This was calculated, this was patient. This was the product of a mind that had thought carefully about what it was doing and why. Years passed. The case attracted national media attention. The Broadus family found themselves at the centre of a story that seemed to belong to fiction rather than suburban New Jersey reality. The house at 657 Boulevard became locally famous, then nationally notorious. A property whose value had been transformed not by market forces but by accumulated dread. Eventually, in 2019, the house sold for $400,000 less than the Broadus family had paid for it 5 years earlier. The new buyers were presumably informed of the property's history. Whether the watcher has continued their surveillance under new ownership remains unclear. Reports suggest that letters may still arrive, that the watching continues, that whoever claimed generational responsibility for monitoring 657 Boulevard has not abandoned their self-appointed duty. The identity of the watcher has never been established. Multiple suspects have been proposed, investigated, and ultimately cleared or left in ambiguous limbo. The case file remains open, a collection of typed letters and interview transcripts and forensic dead ends that together tell a story without resolution. Someone spent years deliberately terrorizing a family with implied threats and demonstrations of intimate surveillance. That person has never been identified. That person may still be watching. What makes the Westfield Watcher case so persistently unsettling is not any single element, but the combination of mundane setting and inexplicable behaviour. This was not a remote farmhouse in an isolated location. This was an affluent suburb, a neighbourhood where nothing dramatic was supposed to happen, where the greatest concerns involved property taxes and school rankings, and whether the lawn service was maintaining adequate standards. The intrusion of genuine menace into such a setting violated expectations so fundamentally that the community struggled to process what was occurring. Stalking happens, harassment happens, but sustained psychological warfare against a property itself, surveillance claimed to span generations, watching that continued regardless of who actually lived in the house. This seemed to belong to a different category of human behaviour, one that the usual frameworks for understanding criminal motivation could not easily accommodate. The letters themselves offered no clear motive. The watcher expressed no demands that could be satisfied, no grievances that could be addressed, no goals that could be achieved through cooperation. The watching appeared to be its own purpose, the surveillance an end rather than a means. The Broadus family could not negotiate with their tormentor because there was nothing to negotiate about. They could not appease the watcher because appeasement had never been requested. They could only endure or flee, and eventually they chose flight, abandoning a home they had purchased with such hope and anticipation. Some investigators have suggested that the watcher may have been someone experiencing delusions, someone who genuinely believed in a generational duty to monitor a specific property, someone whose mental landscape included obligations and relationships that existed only in their own mind. Others have proposed that the letters were an elaborate hoax, possibly perpetrated by the Broadus family themselves in an attempt to escape a real estate investment gone wrong. This theory gained some traction when it was revealed that the family had attempted to sue the previous owners for failing to disclose the letters they had received. But the theory fails to account for independent verification of some letter contents, for the testimony of neighbours who received separate communications, for the sheer sustained effort that would have been required to maintain such a deception over years. The most troubling possibility may be the simplest one. Someone, for reasons that may never be understood, decided to watch a house. They committed to this watching with dedication that bordered on obsession. They derived satisfaction from making the house's occupants aware that they were being observed. And they were careful enough, patient enough, disciplined enough to maintain their anonymity across years of investigation by professional law enforcement and private detectives. Such a person would not need to be delusional. They would not need to believe in generational duties or mystical connections to property. They would only need to enjoy the power that comes from watching without being seen, from knowing without being known, from transforming someone else's home into a space where privacy no longer exists. What is in the walls of 657 Boulevard? Perhaps nothing. Perhaps the question was never meant to have an answer, was designed purely to create unease, to make the Broadus family look at their new home's solid construction and wonder what might be hidden within it. Or perhaps the watcher knows something that investigators have never discovered, some secret buried within the property's structure that predates all current records and all living memory. The walls cannot tell us. The house stands silent on its quiet street, offering no answers to questions that may never be resolved. Somewhere in Westfield, New Jersey, or perhaps somewhere else entirely, a person knows what the Broadus family could never learn. That person knows why 657 Boulevard was selected for such sustained attention. That person knows what satisfaction was derived from sending letters that transformed a dream home into a nightmare. That person knows whether the watching continues, whether the duty will be passed to another generation, whether some future family purchasing the property will receive their own introduction to the watcher's peculiar form of attention. And that person, whoever they are, has never felt compelled to explain themselves, has never been forced to account for the psychological damage inflicted across years of anonymous surveillance. The watcher remains watching, or has stopped watching, or never existed in the form the letters claimed. We have no way of knowing which possibility reflects reality. The case files remain open, the questions remain unanswered, and somewhere, the walls of a house in suburban New Jersey contain whatever secrets they have always contained, keeping their silence as they have always kept it, offering no testimony that might finally explain what drove someone to write those letters and why they were never identified. 657. Boulevard stands in the afternoon light, ordinary and unremarkable. A house that carries no visible marks of what occurred within its sphere of influence, a property that looks exactly like every other property on its comfortable street. Only the memories remain, and the letters themselves, typed pages that somewhere exist in evidence boxes or family archives, words that transformed lives and demanded nothing in return except the knowledge that someone, somewhere, was paying attention. The afternoon light fades over Westfield as it fades over every American suburb, shadows lengthening across lawns that have been mowed to uniform height, the quiet descending that signals the transition from day to evening. Families settle into familiar routines. Children are called in from play. Dinner preparations begin behind windows that glow with warm interior light. Nothing distinguishes this moment from countless identical moments in countless identical places. And somewhere, perhaps, someone is still watching, still maintaining vigil over a house that has come to represent something far larger than its physical structure, still waiting for whatever it is that such watching is meant to achieve. The second coming, the letters mentioned, without ever explaining what such a phrase might mean. Whatever the watcher anticipated, whatever arrival they believed themselves to be monitoring, has not yet occurred, or has already occurred without recognition, or was never meant to occur at all. The mystery persists because mysteries are what such watching creates, uncertainties that multiply with every letter received and every question left unanswered. The specific dread that the watcher case inspires comes from its violation of assumptions so basic that most people never consciously articulate them. We assume that our homes are our own. We assume that what happens within our walls remains private unless we choose to share it. We assume that strangers cannot know our children's names, cannot track our daily movements, cannot monitor our lives with the intimacy that the letters demonstrated. The watcher's correspondence shattered these assumptions for the Broadus family and by extension, for everyone who learned their story. If it could happen at 657 Boulevard, it could happen anywhere. If the watcher could remain anonymous despite years of professional investigation, then similar watchers might exist on any street, in any neighbourhood, their attention undetected because no letters ever arrived to announce their presence. This is perhaps the deepest question raised by the Westfield case, not who the watcher is, but how many watchers there might be. How many people derive similar satisfaction from similar surveillance without ever revealing themselves? How many homes are observed by eyes that the occupants never suspect? The letters were unusual not because such watching occurs, but because it was announced. Most surveillance remains silent. Most watchers never write. They simply watch, accumulating knowledge that serves purposes we cannot guess, satisfying needs we cannot identify, maintaining vigils that no one will ever document because no evidence will ever be created. The watcher of Westfield made themselves known. How many others have chosen to remain invisible? The house sold. New owners took possession. Life presumably continues at 657 Boulevard, children growing up, seasons changing, the ordinary rhythms of suburban existence asserting themselves over the extraordinary events that preceded. But the address has been marked. The property carries its history whether current occupants acknowledge it or not. Something happened here that has never been explained, and that lack of explanation ensures that the property will always carry a weight that no renovation can remove and no passage of time can entirely dissipate. The light continues to fade over New Jersey, over the East Coast, over the ordinary houses where ordinary lives proceed without interruption or surveillance or letters that arrive without warning to announce that someone is watching. Most homes will never receive such communications. Most families will never experience what the Broadus family experienced. But the possibility now exists in public consciousness in a way it did not before. The awareness that such watching is possible, that such watchers might exist, that the comfortable assumption of privacy may be nothing more than a pleasant illusion maintained by the silence of those who choose not to announce their presence. We believe we are unobserved because no one has told us otherwise. The watcher told the Broadus family otherwise, and in doing so they told all of us something about the nature of privacy in spaces we consider our own, something about the vulnerability that attaches to fixed addresses and predictable routines, something about what it means to make a home in a world where the eyes of strangers may be tracking our movements without our knowledge or consent. What is in the walls? The question echoes because it was designed to echo, crafted by someone who understood exactly how to create lasting unease. The walls contain whatever walls always contain: insulation, wiring, the structural elements that hold a house together. Or they contain something else, something hidden, something that the watcher knows about and investigators have never discovered. The ambiguity is the point, the uncertainty is the message, and that message has been delivered, has been received, has taken up permanent residence in the minds of everyone who has ever heard this story and wondered whether their own walls might contain secrets they have never suspected. The watcher remains unidentified. The watching, whatever its nature, continues or has ceased without announcement. And 657 Boulevard stands in the gathering dusk, its windows reflecting the last light of another day, its walls keeping whatever secrets they have been keeping for however long they have been keeping them, its address now permanently associated with a mystery that refuses resolution and a question that resists satisfactory answer. What is in the walls? The forest called Okigahara stretches across roughly 14 square miles at the northwestern base of Mount Fuji, a dense and ancient woodland that grows from volcanic soil deposited by eruptions occurring more than a millennium ago. The Japanese name translates to something approaching sea of trees, and the description is remarkably accurate. Standing at the forest's edge and looking into its interior, one sees waves of green rising and falling across the volcanic terrain, trees packed so densely that the canopy merges into a single undulating surface that conceals whatever lies beneath. The forest appears to breathe, to move with a life that transcends its individual components to exist as something greater than the sum of its millions of trees. From the exterior, Aokigahara resembles countless other forests surrounding Mount Fuji, beautiful in that particular way that Japanese landscapes achieve beauty, combining natural forms with cultural associations that enrich every vista with layers of meaning accumulated across centuries. Mount Fuji itself rises in the background, its perfect cone visible from viewpoints throughout the region, its presence lending spiritual weight to everything that exists within its shadow. The forest seems, from a distance, to be merely another element in this sacred landscape, a transition zone between cultivated lowlands and the mountain's sacred slopes. But those who enter Aokigahara discover immediately that this forest is unlike others. The volcanic rock beneath the thin soil creates an acoustic environment that absorbs sound with unsettling efficiency. Footsteps that would echo in ordinary woods fall dead within meters of their source. Voices carry poorly. The calls of birds, so constant in most Japanese forests, grow intermittent and then cease entirely as one moves deeper into the trees. The silence is not empty but thick, a presence that presses against the ears and makes visitors suddenly aware of sounds they normally never notice. The rush of blood through their own veins, the rhythm of their own breathing, the subtle internal noises of a human body that are typically masked by environmental sound. The magnetic anomalies for which Aokigahara is known add another dimension of disorientation. The volcanic rock contains high concentrations of iron, creating local magnetic fields that interfere with compass operation. Hikers who enter the forest relying on traditional navigation methods find their compasses spinning uselessly or pointing in directions that bear no relationship to actual cardinal bearings. GPS signals, weakened by the dense canopy overhead, become unreliable. The forest seems designed to confuse those who enter it, to separate them from the wayfinding tools that would normally ensure safe passage through unfamiliar terrain. These physical characteristics would make Aokigahara notable even without its darker associations. But the forest carries a weight of accumulated meaning that transforms its natural features into something approaching the supernatural. For centuries, Japanese folklore has associated this place with death, with spirits, with presences that do not belong to the world of the living. The array of Japanese tradition, restless ghosts bound to specific locations by violent death or unresolved emotion, are said to inhabit Aokigahara in numbers that no other location can match. The roots of this association reach back centuries, long before modern documentation began tracking the forest's grim statistics. During periods of famine in medieval Japan, desperate families sometimes practiced ubasuta, the abandonment of elderly or infirm relatives in remote locations, where they would die of exposure, sparing limited food resources for those who might survive. Whether Aokigahara served as a location for such abandonment remains historically debated, but the belief that it did has become part of the forest's accumulated identity, adding another layer of death to soil already saturated with darker meanings. The trees themselves contribute to the atmosphere in ways that seem almost deliberate. The forest floor is covered with gnarled roots that emerge from thin volcanic soil, creating a terrain that requires constant attention to navigate safely. The roots twist around rocks, plunge into crevices, emerge unexpectedly to catch unwary feet. Walking through Aokigahara demands a downward focus that separates hikers from their broader surroundings, isolating them within whatever small patch of forest they can see at any moment. The canopy above blocks most sunlight even at midday, creating a perpetual twilight that makes time estimation impossible. Hours pass without markers, distance becomes uncertain. The combination of acoustic deadening, magnetic interference, poor visibility and treacherous footing creates conditions perfectly designed to disorient, to confuse, to separate individuals from the certainties they normally take for granted. It was in the 20th century that Aokigahara acquired its most troubling modern association. The publication in 1960 of Seicho Matsumoto's novel Kuroi Jukai depicted a young couple who chose the forest as the location for their joint suicide, and subsequent works continued exploring this theme. Whether literature reflected or created the phenomenon remains unclear, but by the 1970s and 1980s, Aokigahara had become Japan's primary location for those choosing to end their lives. The numbers grew so troubling that authorities implemented measures rarely seen in any other location on Earth. Signs at forest entrances display messages urging visitors to reconsider, to think of their families, to contact counseling services. Telephone numbers for mental health support appear on markers throughout the more accessible portions of the woods. Regular patrols sweep the forest trails, watching for individuals who seem distressed or uncertain, ready to intervene if someone appears to be preparing for final actions. The Japanese government eventually stopped publishing annual statistics, concerned that the numbers themselves were contributing to the phenomenon, establishing Aokigahara in public consciousness as a destination for those contemplating suicide rather than as a forest where such tragedies occasionally occurred. Estimates suggest that dozens of bodies are discovered each year, though the true number remains uncertain. Some who enter the forest are never found, their remains lost somewhere beneath the canopy, concealed by terrain that makes systematic searching almost impossible. Volunteer groups and forestry workers sometimes discover remains that have been there for months or years, human bones scattered by animals or hidden in crevices that casual search parties would never examine. The forest keeps its dead. But what draws visitors to examine the mystery of Aokigahara extends beyond these documented tragedies into territory that resists empirical verification. Those who have explored the forest report experiences that cannot be easily explained by magnetic anomalies or acoustic absorption. Hikers describe seeing objects move at the edges of their vision, shoes or personal items that seem to shift position when not directly observed. Others report hearing voices calling their names from deeper within the trees, voices that seem to know them, that carry an intimacy suggesting familiarity rather than randomness. The sensation of being watched pervades accounts from nearly everyone who has spent extended time beneath the canopy, a feeling that intensifies the deeper one travels from established trails. The personal effects that accumulate throughout the forest add another dimension to the experience. Abandoned shoes appear beside trees, pairs placed neatly side by side as if their owners merely stepped out of them and walked away barefoot into the undergrowth. Ribbons and ropes tied to branches mark paths that individuals took into areas from which they never returned, their bright colours fading slowly through seasons of rain and sunlight until they become as grey and muted as everything else in the forest. Personal photographs, identification cards, handwritten notes in languages from around the world appear pinned to trees or tucked into crevices, messages from those who came to this place seeking something they could not find in the world beyond its edges. These objects create a landscape haunted not by supernatural presences, but by the accumulated evidence of human suffering, tangible reminders that the forest has absorbed countless stories that ended within its boundaries. Japanese cultural attitudes toward death and spiritual presence differ significantly from Western perspectives in ways that shape how Aokigahara is understood by those who know it best. The boundary between living and dead in Japanese tradition is more permeable than Western materialism typically allows, with ancestors remaining present in household shrines, with specific seasons dedicated to honouring and welcoming returning spirits, with locations accumulating spiritual resonance through events that occurred within them. From this perspective, Aokigahara's haunted reputation does not require debunking, but rather represents an accurate perception of spiritual reality. The forest is haunted because it should be haunted, because the events that have occurred there have left traces that sensitive individuals can perceive. The yurei are not superstitious inventions, but genuine presences, bound to the location of their deaths by emotional bonds that physical dissolution did not sever. Whether one accepts this interpretation or seeks naturalistic explanations, the experience of being in Aokigahara remains consistent across accounts. The forest feels wrong in ways that language struggles to capture. The silence is too complete. The darkness during daylight hours is too deep. The sense of being observed persists even when rational analysis insists that no one else is present. Trees that should appear merely as trees seem to lean toward visitors, to watch their passage, to track their movements through territory the forest considers its own. The magnetic anomalies that spin compasses might explain navigational confusion, but do nothing to account for the psychological weight that presses against everyone who enters. Researchers who have studied Aokigahara from scientific perspectives point to several factors that might contribute to its atmosphere. The acoustic deadening created by volcanic rock and dense vegetation produces a sensory environment that the human brain, evolved in landscapes where sound provided crucial survival information, interprets as threatening. The constant need to watch one's footing while navigating root-covered terrain induces a state of hypervigilance that primes the nervous system for danger response. The isolation from normal temporal markers created by canopy darkness and the absence of audible wildlife disrupts circadian rhythms and normal perception of time's passage. These factors combine to create conditions that would make any forest feel ominous, regardless of its cultural associations. But explanation and experience exist on different levels. Understanding why Aokigahara feels haunted does not make it feel less haunted. The forest remains what it is, 14 square miles of something that refuses to behave like ordinary woodland, a place where the rules that govern most of the world seem temporarily suspended. Those who enter do so knowing that they are crossing into territory where normal expectations do not apply, where something in the soil or the air or the accumulated weight of events creates conditions unlike anywhere else on Earth. The lights that appear in the valley of Hessdalen share with Aokigahara a quality of persistent strangeness that scientific investigation has documented without explaining. In central Norway, approximately 300 kilometers north of Oslo, a narrow valley cuts through mountains that have witnessed human settlement for centuries. The valley contains a small community, scattered farms and landscapes that appear thoroughly ordinary by Scandinavian standards. Nothing about Hessdalen's appearance suggests anything unusual. The mountains are beautiful, but not exceptional. The valley floor supports agriculture similar to countless other Norwegian valleys. The community maintains traditions and practices indistinguishable from those of its neighbours throughout the region. Yet since at least 1981, and quite possibly for much longer, lights have been appearing in the sky above Hessdalen that no natural or artificial source can account for. The phenomenon first attracted widespread attention during a period of intense activity in the early 1980s, when residents reported dozens of sightings per week. Luminous orbs, sometimes single and sometimes in groups, would appear above the valley, hover, drift, change direction, change colour, and eventually fade or suddenly vanish. The lights displayed behaviours that seemed almost deliberate, moving in response to observers, changing course when approached, maintaining positions that suggested awareness of their surroundings rather than random atmospheric phenomena. The intensity of the phenomenon during this period drew scientific attention that has continued for over 4 decades. Project Hessdalen, an ongoing research effort involving Norwegian, Italian and French academic institutions, established the first scientific observation station in 1983 and has maintained continuous or near-continuous monitoring ever since. The current installation includes automated cameras, magnetometers, radar systems, and spectrographic equipment designed to capture as much data as possible whenever the lights appear. This represents one of the longest-running and most systematic scientific investigations of an unexplained phenomenon in modern history, and the data they have gathered confirms that something genuinely anomalous is occurring. The lights are not imagined. They appear on radar. They register on spectrographs. They can be photographed and filmed. Multiple independent observers see them simultaneously from different vantage points, establishing that the phenomenon exists in objective reality, rather than representing optical illusions or perceptual errors. The lights are real. What they are remains entirely uncertain. Spectrographic analysis has revealed that the lights emit across a range of frequencies, with particularly strong components in certain bands that suggest extremely high temperatures, plasma behavior, and energy outputs that no known natural atmospheric phenomenon can explain. The lights sometimes appear to consist of multiple components that maintain fixed relationships to each other while moving through the air, suggesting either a single structured object or multiple coordinated elements that share some form of organization. They respond to radar illumination in ways that indicate solid objects rather than diffuse gas clouds. They occasionally approach aircraft flying over the valley, maintaining pace with moving vehicles before breaking away. The leading hypotheses that researchers have proposed fall into several categories. One suggests that the lights result from piezoelectric discharge from quartz-bearing rock under tectonic stress, with compression of crystal structures generating electrical fields that ionize air and create visible plasma formations. This theory accounts for the light's association with the valley's specific geology, but struggles to explain their apparent organized behavior, their longevity, or their responsiveness to external stimuli. Another hypothesis proposes that combustion of gases released from underground deposits creates the luminous effects, but the light's behavior differs significantly from any known combustion phenomenon, and no gas deposits capable of producing such effects have been identified beneath the valley. More speculative theories venture into territory that mainstream science views with considerable skepticism. Some researchers have suggested that the lights represent a form of electrical life, self-organizing plasma structures that maintain coherence through processes not yet understood. Others have proposed connections to atmospheric electricity, ball lightning, or exotic physics that would require fundamental revision of current scientific understanding. A few observers, stepping entirely outside academic respectability, suggest that the lights demonstrate intelligent control and might represent non-human technology or consciousness of some form not currently recognized by science. What makes Hessdalen particularly significant among unexplained phenomena is the quality and quantity of documentation it has generated. Unlike most anomalous reports, which depend on witness testimony that cannot be independently verified, the Hessdalen lights have been recorded by scientific instruments under controlled conditions for over 40 years. The phenomenon is not disputed. The mystery lies not in whether the lights exist, but in what they are. This represents a genuine scientific puzzle, a repeatedly observable natural phenomenon that current theory cannot explain. Researchers continue gathering data. New instruments are periodically added to the observation station. International collaborations bring fresh perspectives and analytical techniques to the accumulated evidence. Yet the lights remain unexplained. They continue appearing above the valley, perhaps less frequently than during the intense period of the early 1980s, but still with sufficient regularity that patient observers can expect to witness them. They drift across the mountain backdrop, change colour from white to yellow to red, hover in positions that seem to invite attention, and then fade or vanish as if they had never been there. Local residents have incorporated the phenomenon into their understanding of the place where they live. The lights are strange but familiar, part of what Hessdalen is, no more alarming after decades of regular appearance than any other aspect of the valley's character. Visitors come from around the world hoping to witness what scientific instruments have recorded, standing on hillsides in the dark waiting for something to appear in the sky above them. Sometimes it does, sometimes it does not. The lights keep their own schedule, appearing according to patterns that no one has been able to predict. The transition from Hessdalen to the American South requires a shift not in strangeness, but in its character. From lights in the sky to fire on the ground, from a phenomenon that continues to one that ended in a single night but whose questions persist across nearly 8 decades. On Christmas Eve of 1945, in the small community of Fayetteville, West Virginia, a family's life was destroyed by fire. What the flames revealed and what they concealed has never been satisfactorily explained. George and Jenny Sodder had built a life in the hills of West Virginia that represented the immigrant dream in its most complete form. George had come from Italy as a young man, had worked, had prospered, had married and fathered 10 children, had established a home and a trucking business and a reputation in his community. The house they built on a hillside outside Fayetteville was large enough to accommodate their growing family, comfortable enough to represent success, positioned in a location that offered views across the valley below. On December 24, 1945, the family gathered for Christmas Eve as they had gathered every year, the children excited about the holiday, the house filled with the particular warmth that large families generate during seasons of celebration. The fire began sometime after midnight. George and Jenny escaped with 4 of their children. 5 others, ranging in age from 5 to 14, were trapped in the upper floor where they had been sleeping. Maurice, Martha, Louis, Jenny, and Betty. The fire burned so intensely and so quickly that rescue proved impossible. By the time dawn broke on Christmas morning, the house had been reduced to ashes and the 5 children were presumed dead. But as George Sodder stood in the ruins of his home on that Christmas morning, something troubled him beyond the obvious devastation. The fire had been intensely hot enough to collapse floors and destroy structural elements. Yet when he examined the basement area where the children's bodies should have fallen when the upper floor collapsed, he found nothing. No bones, no teeth, no remains of any kind that could be identified as human. 5 children had supposedly perished in the fire, yet 5 bodies had not been found. The official investigation attributed the fire to faulty wiring and closed the case quickly. The children had been consumed by the flames, authorities explained, their bodies destroyed so completely that no remains survived. George Sodder, who had experience with fire through his trucking business and who understood combustion temperatures, found this explanation impossible to accept. Domestic fires, even intense ones, do not typically reduce human bones to ash. Bodies are found in fire ruins. Bones persist. Teeth, virtually indestructible under normal fire conditions, should have been recoverable. 5 children do not simply vanish. As the Sodders began examining what had happened that night, troubling details emerged that the official investigation had not adequately addressed. The telephone lines to the house had been cut, preventing any call for help during the crucial early minutes of the fire. A ladder that George kept beside the house, which would have allowed access to the upper floor from outside, had been removed and was later found discarded in a field 75 feet from the property. The family's 2 vehicles, which might have been used to reach help or to assist in rescue, had both failed to start that night, though neither had shown problems before. The local fire department had responded slowly, arriving well after the fire had consumed the house. Everything about the night suggested not accident but design. Then witnesses began coming forward with observations that complicated the tragedy further. A woman at a local bus station reported seeing the 5 missing children the morning after the fire, accompanied by strangers, being driven away from the area. A woman running a motel miles from Fayetteville claimed that 4 of the children had stayed at her establishment with several adults who spoke Italian and who had warned her not to communicate about their presence. Another witness described seeing the children looking out of a passing car shortly after Christmas. These reports could not be easily dismissed as imagination or opportunism. The witnesses were credible. Their descriptions matched the missing children. Something had happened that night beyond a simple house fire. George and Jenny Sodder refused to accept that their children were dead. They hired private investigators, offered rewards for information, and erected a billboard along the highway near their property displaying photographs of the 5 missing children and asking anyone with information to contact the family. For decades, that billboard stood as a monument to questions that had never been answered. Faces fading in the West Virginia weather but never removed. A family's refusal to accept a resolution that made no sense. The strangest development came years after the fire. In 1968, more than 2 decades after the tragedy, Jenny Sodder received an envelope postmarked from Kentucky. Inside was a photograph of a young man, perhaps in his mid-20s. On the back was written a cryptic message containing what appeared to be the name Louis Sodder, and a series of letters and numbers that might have been a code or might have been meaningless. The young man in the photograph bore a striking resemblance to what Louis Sodder might have looked like had he survived and grown to adulthood. The photograph was never explained. Its sender was never identified. Whether it represented a genuine contact from a surviving child or a cruel hoax perpetrated on a grieving family could never be determined. George Sodder died in 1969, still seeking answers. Jenny lived until 1989, never stopping her search for the truth about what happened to her children. The billboard finally came down, but the questions it posed remained standing. What happened at the Sodder house on Christmas Eve 1945? If the children died in the fire, where are their remains? If they did not die, who took them and why? The official explanation satisfies no one who examines the evidence carefully. The alternative explanations raise questions even more troubling than the fire itself. Theories have proliferated over the decades. Some suggest that the fire was arson, set to cover the kidnapping of the children by parties whose motives remain unclear. George Sodder had been outspoken in his criticism of Mussolini during the war years, had received threats, had been warned that his house might burn. Perhaps enemies had followed through on those threats, taking the children as punishment or as leverage. Others suggest more prosaic explanations involving insurance fraud or family secrets that have been concealed across generations. Still others accept that the children died in the fire, but attribute the lack of remains to inadequate investigation, to a basement that was filled with debris before proper examination, to bones that were there but overlooked. None of these explanations fully accounts for all the evidence: the cut phone lines, the moved ladder, the failed vehicles, the witness sightings, the photograph from Kentucky, the complete absence of remains. Something happened that night that the official record does not capture, and that no subsequent investigation has satisfactorily explained. The Sodder children vanished, either into flames that consumed them more completely than physics normally allows, or into circumstances that removed them from their family and concealed them for the remainder of their lives. Either possibility disturbs, neither can be proven. The house site remains in the family, the ground where the structure once stood, now overgrown with decades of vegetation. Somewhere beneath that growth, or scattered across locations that investigations never examined, evidence might remain that could resolve the mystery. But the principal witnesses are dead now. The photographs have faded. The memories have grown uncertain with age. Whatever happened on Christmas Eve 1945 happened to people who are no longer here to tell us what they experienced. And perhaps that is the nature of mysteries that persist across generations. They endure not because they cannot be solved, but because the moment for solving them passes before resolution arrives. Evidence degrades, witnesses die. Memories transform with each retelling until the original truth becomes irrecoverable. What remains is the question itself, preserved like an insect in amber, unable to change but also unable to be definitively answered. The Sodder billboard displayed 5 young faces and asked a question that West Virginia drivers saw every day for decades. Where are these children? The billboard is gone now, but the question persists, passed from the generation that asked it to generations that inherited it, a mystery that belongs to American folklore now as much as to the Sodder family, a reminder that some fires destroy more than buildings, that some Christmas Eves end not in celebration but in questions that will never receive satisfactory answers. The streets of Westfield, New Jersey present a particular vision of American prosperity. Tree-lined boulevards arc past homes built in the early 20th century, their porches deep and inviting, their lawns manicured with the precision that announces both wealth and attention to detail. This is a town where children ride bicycles to excellent public schools, where property values climb steadily upward, where the greatest scandals typically involve disputes over fence heights or the placement of basketball hoops. It is exactly the sort of community where nothing sinister should ever take root, where the very ordinariness of daily life seems to preclude the possibility of genuine menace. And it was into this sanctuary of suburban normalcy that something deeply wrong inserted itself in the summer of 2014 through the most mundane of channels, the mailbox at 657 Boulevard. The Broadus family had done everything correctly. Derek and Maria Broadus were young professionals with 3 small children, searching for a home that would accommodate their growing family in a community known for safety and excellent schools. They found it at 657 Boulevard, a graceful Dutch colonial revival built in 1905, its grey shingles and white trim speaking of permanence and respectability. The house had 6 bedrooms, a generous yard, the kind of character that modern construction cannot replicate. The asking price was $135 million. The Broaduses stretched their finances to make it work. They closed on the property in early June 2014. They had not yet moved in when the first letter arrived. It was addressed simply to the new owner, typed on plain paper, unsigned. The author identified themselves only as the Watcher. The tone was familiar, presumptuous, unsettling in ways that grew more apparent with each sentence. "Dearest new neighbour at 657 Boulevard," it began, "allow me to welcome you to the neighbourhood." What followed read less like a welcome and more like a claim. The writer explained that 650th Boulevard had been the subject of my family for decades now, that the house had been passed down through generations of an unnamed family who had appointed themselves its guardians. "I have been put in charge of watching and waiting for its second coming," the letter continued. "My grandfather watched the house in the 1920s and my father watched in the 1960s. It is now my time." The language oscillated between formality and intimacy in ways that felt calculated to disturb. The Watcher knew that the Broaduses had young children. "I am pleased to know your names now and the name of the young blood you have brought to me." The children were discussed with particular interest. Will the young blood play in the basement, or are they too afraid to go there alone? The letter asked whether the family had found what is in the walls yet. It described the house as having the windows that allow me to see it all. It concluded with a question that would haunt the family for years to come. Who am I? I am the Watcher. Maria Broadus called her husband, crying. Derek Broadus called the police. And thus began an investigation that would consume the resources of local law enforcement, attract the attention of the FBI, employ multiple private detectives, generate international media coverage, and ultimately resolve nothing. The Watcher was never identified. The letters continued to arrive, and the Broadus family never spent a single night in the home they had purchased for their children. The second letter arrived shortly after the first, and its contents were more disturbing still. The Watcher now referred to the children by name, including a nickname for the youngest that the family had used only within their household. The writer described renovations the Broaduses were making to the house with accuracy that suggested direct observation. "You have changed it and made it so fancy," the letter noted, with what might have been disapproval or might have been something else entirely. The descriptions of the house's interior implied access, knowledge, presence. I see you have floored the attic. Why? Do you wish to hide something in there? The question about the walls returned, more insistent. You don't want to make 657 Boulevard unhappy. These were not the ravings of a disturbed mind producing word salad on paper. The letters demonstrated intelligence, coherence, and most unsettling of all, specific knowledge that their author should not have possessed. How did the watcher know the children's names? How did they know about interior renovations? Were they watching from outside, or had they been inside the house itself? The questions multiplied faster than investigators could pursue them. The Westfield Police Department took the case seriously. They interviewed neighbours, collected the letters as evidence, attempted to identify the author through handwriting analysis and postal investigation. The letters had been mailed from locations that provided no useful leads. The typing was generic, reproducible on any number of machines. The paper was standard, available in any office supply store. The watcher had been careful enough to leave no forensic trace that could be linked to a specific individual. Suspicion naturally fell upon the neighbours. At 657 Boulevard and along the surrounding streets lived people who had witnessed previous owners come and go, who might have developed attachments to the property, who might harbour resentments or obsessions invisible to casual observation. Investigators examined each household within sight of the broadest property. They found eccentrics. They found disputes over property lines and tree trimming. They found the ordinary tensions of suburban life. They did not find the watcher. One neighbour drew particular attention. An elderly man who lived across the street had made comments about watching the house, had displayed what some characterised as an unusual interest in its comings and goings. His family owned other properties in the area. His behaviour, to some observers, fit a certain profile. But nothing connecting him definitively to the letters ever emerged. He died in 2018, taking whatever knowledge he might have possessed with him, though his death did not stop the letters from arriving. The Broaduses engaged private investigators. They installed surveillance cameras. They examined the house for hidden passages, secret rooms, spaces within walls where someone might conceal themselves. The house was old, its construction predating modern building codes, its interior spaces configured according to customs long since abandoned. There were peculiarities, as any century-old home possesses. Whether those peculiarities concealed anything more than the ordinary evolution of a structure through decades of use and modification could not be determined. A third letter arrived. It returned to the theme of the children with language that suggested hunger. 657 Boulevard is anxious for you to move in, the watcher wrote. It has been years and years since the young blood ruled the hallways of the house. Have you found all of the secrets it holds yet? Will the young blood play in the basement? Or are they too afraid to go down there alone? I would be very afraid if I were them. It is far away from the rest of the house. If you were upstairs, you would never hear them scream. The threat was unmistakable. Whether it was genuine or merely designed to terrorise could not be determined. The Broaduses were not willing to test the distinction with their children's safety. They never moved in. The house sat empty while the family continued paying the mortgage, hoping for resolution that never came. They attempted to sell the property, but New Jersey law required disclosure of material facts that might affect a buyer's decision, and multiple potential sales collapsed when prospective purchasers learned about the letters. The Broaduses considered demolishing the house and subdividing the lot, but neighbours objected. Historic preservation concerns were raised, and the plan stalled. They found themselves trapped, unable to live in the home they owned, unable to sell it, unable to escape the financial burden it represented. The watcher seemed aware of their predicament. A fourth letter arrived, commenting on the family's troubles with something that might have been satisfaction. You wonder who the watcher is? Turn around, idiots, it read, the tone shifting toward open contempt. The letter suggested the family would never find peace, would never understand what was happening, would remain forever caught in a web they could not perceive. The arrogance was striking. So was the writer's evident enjoyment of the family's suffering. Media coverage brought the story national and then international attention. The case appeared in newspapers across the country, in magazines, on television programs devoted to true crime and unsolved mysteries. Theories proliferated wildly. Was the watcher a disgruntled neighbour? A former owner? A real estate competitor trying to drive down property values? A stalker who had fixated on the family through some unknown channel? Each theory found advocates. None could be proven. Some suggested the letters might be a hoax perpetrated by the Broaduses themselves, perhaps as part of an insurance fraud scheme or an attempt to escape a mortgage they could no longer afford. This theory gained traction when it emerged that the family had sought to sue the previous owners for failing to disclose that they too had received a letter from the Watcher before selling the property. The previous owners denied receiving any such communication. Lawsuits and counter-lawsuits followed. Accusations of fabrication were levelled. The Broaduses insisted on their innocence, pointed to the police investigation, to the FBI involvement, to years of their lives consumed by terror and financial ruin. Why would they destroy themselves for an insurance claim? Why would they subject their children to this nightmare for money? The questions cut both ways. The FBI examined the case and reportedly analysed the letters for linguistic patterns, paper composition, postal markings, any trace that might identify their author. The investigation yielded nothing conclusive. Federal resources were eventually withdrawn, the case apparently deemed too minor for sustained attention, despite its genuine strangeness. Local police continued to investigate when resources permitted, but years passed without progress. 5 letters arrived in total over the span of approximately 2 years, each maintaining the same preoccupations: the house, the children, the watching, the waiting. Then the correspondence apparently ceased, or perhaps the family simply stopped reporting new arrivals to authorities who seemed unable to help. By 2019, the Broaduses had finally found a buyer willing to accept the property despite its history. They sold for approximately $959,000, nearly $400,000 less than they had paid 5 years earlier. The financial loss was staggering. The psychological toll was beyond calculation. The new owners moved in despite the history. Perhaps they believed the Watcher had been a hoax. Perhaps they believed the threat had passed. Perhaps they simply did not believe. Whatever their reasoning, they took possession of 650th and Boulevard and presumably began living the life the Broaduses had imagined for themselves. Whether they received letters of their own has not been publicly disclosed. Whether the Watcher has moved on, died, been institutionalized, or continues to observe from whatever vantage point they had always occupied remains unknown. The case attracted the attention of producers, and in 2022, a limited series dramatizing the story premiered on Netflix. The show took liberties with the facts, as such productions do, but brought renewed attention to a mystery that had never truly been solved. Theories circulated again, accusations resurfaced. The principals involved declined interviews, their lives already disrupted beyond repair by events they had never anticipated and could never explain. What makes the Watcher case so disturbing is not its violence, for no violence ever occurred. It is the violation represented by the letters themselves. A home is supposed to be a sanctuary, the place where the world's chaos cannot reach, where children are safe and families gather in private peace. The Watcher violated that sanctuary without ever physically entering it. They demonstrated knowledge that should have been impossible, awareness that suggested constant surveillance, interest that focused with particular intensity on the most vulnerable members of the household. And they did so with apparent impunity, evading identification despite multiple investigations, despite the resources of local police and federal agents, despite private detectives and media attention, and years of sustained effort to unmask them. Perhaps the Watcher was a single disturbed individual whose obsession with the house predated the Broadus purchase and persisted afterward. Perhaps they were someone on the fringes of the family's social network, who had learned details through gossip, through casual conversation, through the 100 small channels through which information flows in suburban communities. Perhaps they were a complete stranger who had found ways to observe that no investigation detected. Perhaps they were, as some suggested, a fabrication, though the balance of evidence seems to argue against this interpretation. What remains certain is that the letters were real, that they contained knowledge their author should not have possessed, and that no investigation has ever definitively identified who wrote them. Someone, somewhere, knows the truth. That person has chosen to remain silent, to maintain the mystery, to leave the questions permanently unanswered. Whether they continue watching 657 Boulevard today, whether they have found new subjects for their attention, whether they are alive or dead, no one can say. The house stands on its tree-lined street, grey shingles and white trim, 6 bedrooms and a generous yard, indistinguishable from its neighbours except for those who know its history. New families walk past it on their way to excellent schools. Property values continue their steady climb. The greatest scandals typically involve disputes over fence heights or the placement of basketball hoops. And somewhere, perhaps close by or perhaps far away, someone knows what happened at 657 Boulevard, knows who the watcher is, knows whether the watching continues, that someone has never spoken. The silence is its own kind of answer. From the manicured streets of suburban New Jersey, the trail of unexplained phenomena leads to a forest on the opposite side of the world, to a place where the silence takes on qualities far darker than any that might be found in Westfield. At the northwestern base of Mount Fuji, Japan's most sacred and iconic mountain, lies a tract of land that has earned many names across the centuries, none of them comforting. The locals call it Jukai, which translates simply as Sea of Trees. Western visitors have given it another name, the Suicide Forest. What occurs within its boundaries defies easy explanation, though the phenomena are well documented and the suffering is beyond dispute. The Aokigahara forest covers approximately 14 square miles of volcanic terrain. Its floor formed from lava flows that descended from Mount Fuji during an eruption in 864 CE. The geology creates conditions unlike those found in most forests. The lava is porous, absorbing sound rather than reflecting it. The trees, mostly hemlock and cypress, grow in tangled configurations forced by the uneven terrain, their roots wrapping around rocks and each other in forms that seem almost deliberately bewildering. The forest floor is covered with moss so thick it muffles footsteps entirely. Wind does not penetrate the dense canopy. Birds rarely enter. Wildlife stays away for reasons that have never been satisfactorily explained. The effect of these combined factors is a silence so complete that visitors describe it as physical, as a pressure rather than an absence. Sound dies within feet of its source. Voices do not carry. The snap of a breaking branch seems to vanish before reaching nearby ears. This acoustic deadening creates disorientation of a kind that must be experienced to be understood. The human brain expects certain sounds from a forest environment, and when those sounds fail to materialize, something fundamental feels wrong. The compass anomaly adds another layer to the forest's strangeness. The lava flows beneath Aokigahara contain high concentrations of magnetic iron, deposited by the volcanic activity that created the terrain. Magnetic compasses spin uselessly within the forest, their needles unable to find magnetic north. GPS signals struggle to penetrate the thick canopy. Electronic devices behave erratically. Hikers who enter without careful preparation frequently become lost, unable to determine direction, unable to retrace their steps, unable to locate the paths that should lead them back to safety. It is perhaps inevitable that such a place would accumulate supernatural associations. For centuries the forest has been linked to yurei, the restless spirits of the dead who populate Japanese folklore. These are not the transparent, chain-rattling ghosts of Western imagination. Yurei are depicted in Japanese tradition as figures dressed in white burial garments, their faces pale, their black hair long and unkempt, their feet absent as they float inches above the ground. They are bound to locations where death or injustice occurred, unable to move on to whatever awaits beyond, condemned to haunt the places where their lives ended. According to local belief, Aokigahara is thick with such spirits, the accumulated dead of centuries pressing against the boundaries between worlds. The modern association between the forest and suicide dates to at least the 20th century, though similar practices may have occurred earlier without documentation. In 1960, author Seicho Matsumoto published a novel titled Nami no Tu, translated as Tower of Waves, in which two lovers commit suicide together in Aokigahara. The book's popularity may have contributed to the forest's reputation as an appropriate place for such deaths. A more explicit influence came in 1993, when author Wataru Tsurumi published Kanzen Jisatsu Manuaru, the complete manual of suicide, which explicitly recommended Aokigahara as an ideal location. Both books have been criticized for glamorizing suicide and directing vulnerable individuals toward a specific location, though the extent of their influence cannot be precisely measured. What is measurable is the scale of death that has occurred within the forest's boundaries. In 2003, 105 bodies were recovered from Aokigahara, exceeding the previous year's count of 78. The numbers continued to rise. In 2010, Japanese authorities responded by ceasing publication of annual body counts, hoping to reduce the forest's notoriety as a suicide destination. The strategy may have had some effect, though deaths continue to occur at rates that far exceed normal for any natural area. Estimates suggest that somewhere between 50 and 100 people die in Aokigahara each year, making it the second most common suicide location in the world after the Golden Gate Bridge. The authorities have attempted various interventions. Signs posted at trail entrances carry messages in Japanese and English. Your life is a precious gift from your parents. Please think about them. Please consult the police before you decide to die. Phone numbers for crisis counsellors appear throughout the forest. Volunteer groups conduct regular patrols, searching for individuals who may be contemplating death, attempting intervention before it becomes too late. Park rangers develop what they describe as an instinct for identifying those who have come to the forest for final purposes rather than recreation. A certain look in the eyes, a certain quality of movement, a certain way of avoiding the paths and moving deeper into the trees. The bodies discovered in Aokigahara often cannot be identified. Many visitors remove their identification before entering, deliberately severing the connection between their deaths and their previous lives. Some leave notes, some leave nothing. The dense vegetation, the difficult terrain, the complete absorption of sound means that deaths frequently go unwitnessed and undiscovered for extended periods. Bodies are sometimes found only after significant decomposition has occurred, making identification through conventional means impossible. What brings people to this place rather than any other? The question has occupied researchers, journalists, authorities, and the families of those who have died there. The conventional explanation points to the forest's reputation, which creates a feedback loop. The more people die there, the more the location becomes associated with death, the more it draws those contemplating their own end. But this explanation feels incomplete, for it does not account for why the reputation developed in the first place, why this particular forest among all the forests of Japan became the destination for so much suffering. Some researchers point to the sensory experience of the forest itself. The absolute silence, the disorientation, the isolation, the strange magnetic anomalies that seem to separate visitors from the normal functioning of technology and navigation, all create conditions unlike those found elsewhere. A person seeking to end their life might find in Aokigahara a kind of transition zone, a liminal space that already feels halfway removed from ordinary existence. The forest offers privacy, certainly, but many forests offer privacy without accumulating this particular association. Something about Aokigahara seems to call to those in despair, seems to match their internal landscape with external conditions that reinforce rather than interrupt their intentions. Reports from within the forest often include experiences that resist conventional explanation. Hikers describe objects moving when their backs are turned, stones appearing in locations where none had been present moments before. The phenomenon is often attributed to the work of the Yurei, spirits adjusting the landscape according to purposes invisible to the living. Voices are heard calling names, sometimes the names of living individuals who should not be known to anyone present in that location. The sensation of being watched accompanies many accounts, a persistent awareness of observation that visitors cannot attribute to any specific source. Night within Aokigahara is rarely attempted by any but the most determined or disturbed. The darkness is absolute, the canopy blocking whatever light might filter from sky or stars. The silence deepens. The disorientation intensifies. Those who have spent nights within the forest describe experiences they struggle to articulate, a sense that the boundary between waking and sleeping, between imagination and perception, becomes permeable in ways not experienced elsewhere. Whether these reports reflect genuine supernatural phenomena or the psychological effects of extreme sensory deprivation in an environment thick with the knowledge of death cannot be determined. The forest itself seems almost designed to resist investigation. Its terrain discourages casual exploration. Its acoustic properties eliminate the possibility of calling for help should anything go wrong. Its magnetic anomalies disable the technologies modern people rely upon for navigation and communication. Perhaps these features are coincidental, the random products of geological and ecological factors combining without intention. Perhaps they are not. The forest guards its secrets jealously, revealing only what it chooses to reveal, concealing whatever it wishes to remain hidden. Beneath the surface, questions multiply rather than resolve. Why do the birds avoid this place? Why does the wildlife stay away? The iron deposits explain the compass failures, but do they explain the deeper wrongness that visitors sense? The historical associations with death explain the modern reputation, but what created those associations in the first place, before the books and the publicity and the feedback loops of notoriety? Something about Aokigahara has been drawing death to itself for longer than documented history records, and whether that something is purely natural or something else entirely remains an open question. The authorities try to save lives, the counsellors answer phones, the volunteers patrol the trails and venture into the depths when they suspect someone has entered with intentions beyond hiking. They do not always succeed. The forest claims its toll regardless of interventions, regardless of signs and phone numbers and concerned patrols. Whatever it is that calls people to this place continues calling, its voice audible only to those already lost enough to hear it. At the base of Japan's most sacred mountain, where the lava formed a landscape unlike any other, where the trees grew into a sea dense enough to swallow sound and light and sense of direction, something waits. Not a spirit, perhaps, in the literal sense of the word, but something. An accumulation of suffering that has achieved its own momentum, a reputation that has become a self-fulfilling prophecy, a darkness that deepens with each death rather than lightening. The Aokigahara forest does not explain itself. It merely continues, absorbing those who enter its boundaries, keeping whatever secrets it has kept across the centuries, patient as stone beneath the moss, silent as the space between the trees. The lights that drift above Hessdalen Valley in central Norway behave as though they possess intention. They have been documented for over 4 decades now, studied by universities from 3 countries, photographed and filmed and tracked on radar, and still no one can say with certainty what they are. The valley itself lies in the heart of Scandinavian wilderness, a fold in the mountains where ancient rock formations meet relatively recent glacial carving, where the winter darkness stretches for months and the summer light refuses to set. It is a place of extremes, of landscapes shaped by forces operating on timescales that dwarf human presence. And above this valley, sometimes weekly, sometimes nightly, lights appear that should not exist. The first systematic reports emerged in 1981, when residents began documenting phenomena they claimed had been occurring for years without official notice. The descriptions followed consistent patterns. Luminous objects ranging in colour from brilliant white to yellow to blue, sometimes red, would appear above the valley floor or along the ridgelines of surrounding mountains. They hovered without apparent support. They drifted with movements that did not correspond to wind patterns. They changed direction suddenly, accelerating and decelerating in ways that no known aircraft could replicate. Sometimes they pulsed. Sometimes they split into multiple objects or merged together. Sometimes they seemed to respond to observers, approaching when approached, retreating when pursued. The Norwegian government, to its credit, took the reports seriously enough to fund investigation. Project Hessdalen began in 1983, mounting the first scientific expedition dedicated to documenting the phenomenon. Researchers established observation posts throughout the valley, equipped with cameras, spectrum analyzers, magnetometers, and radar systems. What they recorded confirmed what witnesses had been describing. The lights were real. They appeared on film and on instruments designed to detect electromagnetic radiation across multiple frequencies. They were not hallucinations, not misidentified aircraft, not conventional atmospheric phenomena that existing science could readily explain. The spectrum analysis proved particularly puzzling. The lights emitted radiation consistent with extremely high temperatures, comparable to the surface of the sun in some measurements. Yet they produced no heat that observers could detect at close range. They left no burn marks on the ground. They did not ignite the vegetation they sometimes passed over. Whatever energy they radiated seemed confined to the visible spectrum and its immediate neighbours, expressing itself as light without expressing itself as heat. This should not be possible according to basic thermodynamic principles. Energy does not discriminate. A source hot enough to glow with stellar intensity should radiate across the entire electromagnetic spectrum, should warm and ultimately burn anything within proximity. The Hessdalen lights violate this expectation consistently. Various theories have been proposed, each explaining some aspects of the phenomenon while failing to account for others. The piezoelectric hypothesis suggests that the valley's geology, rich in quartz-bearing rock formations, generates electrical discharges when subjected to tectonic stress. Quartz does exhibit piezoelectric properties, converting mechanical pressure into electrical charge and vice versa. Sufficient charge accumulation might theoretically produce luminous plasma that could manifest as floating lights. The theory has merit but does not explain why similar geological conditions elsewhere do not produce similar phenomena, nor does it account for the apparent intelligent behavior the lights sometimes display. The ionized dust theory proposes that clouds of metallic particles, lifted from the valley floor or the river running through it, become electrically charged under certain atmospheric conditions and begin to glow. This might explain some sightings, but fails to address the lights that appear in clear conditions, that move against prevailing winds, that maintain coherent forms for extended periods rather than dispersing as dust clouds should. The burning gas hypothesis suggests pockets of combustible gas escaping from underground deposits, igniting upon contact with air. This would produce flames that could be mistaken for mysterious lights. But flames flicker and consume themselves. They do not hover in place for hours. They do not change colour without apparent cause. They do not approach observers or respond to stimuli. More exotic proposals have been offered. Some researchers suggest the lights represent a form of ball lightning, an atmospheric phenomenon that mainstream science has only recently begun to accept as real. Ball lightning does exhibit some characteristics similar to the Hessdalen phenomena, appearing as luminous spheres that float and drift and behave unpredictably. But ball lightning typically lasts seconds, occasionally minutes at most. The Hessdalen lights have been observed maintaining coherent form for hours. Ball lightning is rare, unpredictable, and has never been documented appearing with the regularity the Hessdalen lights display. The permanent observation station established in the valley in 1998 continues operating today, maintained by a coalition of universities and research institutions. It represents one of the few places on Earth where unexplained phenomena are studied with rigorous scientific methodology over extended periods. The data continues accumulating. The lights continue appearing. The explanation continues eluding even dedicated researchers who have devoted decades to understanding what they are witnessing. What makes Hessdalen particularly significant is not merely the existence of unexplained lights, but the quality of evidence documenting them. This is not folklore or second-hand testimony or blurry photographs that might show anything or nothing. This is radar tracking showing objects moving at speeds exceeding 30,000 km per hour before stopping instantaneously. This is spectrographic analysis revealing emission patterns that no known natural phenomenon produces. This is synchronized photography from multiple stations establishing three-dimensional coordinates for objects that appear to exist in space without visible means of support. The lights have been observed interacting with aircraft in ways that suggest response rather than coincidence. Pilots approaching the valley have reported lights pacing their vehicles, matching speed and direction before accelerating away at velocities no conventional aircraft can achieve. Ground observers have recorded instances where the lights seem to approach when signalled with spotlights, as though responding to attempted communication. Whether this represents genuine interaction or confirmation bias, interpreting random movements as responses cannot be determined. But the pattern appears too consistent to dismiss entirely. Local residents have developed a surprisingly casual relationship with the phenomenon. Those who have lived in the valley their entire lives describe the lights the way residents of tornado-prone regions describe storms, as a feature of the environment rather than a source of ongoing amazement. Some farmers claim to be able to predict when the lights will appear based on atmospheric conditions or subtle cues they cannot fully articulate. Children grow up watching phenomena that scientists from across Europe travel to study. The extraordinary has become ordinary through sheer repetition. Yet the mystery remains unsolved. Despite 40 years of investigation, despite millions of kroner invested in research, despite the combined expertise of multiple universities and dozens of researchers, the Hessdalen lights continue appearing without explanation. Something is happening above that valley that existing science cannot account for. Something is generating light without heat, movement without apparent propulsion, behavior that mimics intelligence without revealing its source. The lights do not conform to natural laws as currently understood. Either those laws are incomplete, or the lights represent something that operates outside them. Neither possibility offers comfortable resolution. The phenomenon persists, patient as the mountain surrounding it, indifferent to human attempts at understanding, appearing and disappearing according to patterns that decades of observation have failed to reliably predict. Whatever generates the Hessdalen lights, it has been doing so for longer than scientific observation records and shows no sign of stopping. The valley holds its secret, offering glimpses without explanations, evidence without conclusions. The lights continue to appear, the researchers continue to watch, the mystery continues to deepen with each new observation that fails to fit existing models. The Sodder children vanished on Christmas Eve 1945, and despite nearly 8 decades of searching, questioning and investigating, no one has ever determined what happened to them. The fire that destroyed the Sodder home in Fayetteville, West Virginia, should have been a tragedy but a comprehensible one, a family losing children to flames in an era when such losses, while devastating, were not uncommon. Instead, it became something else entirely, a case that refuses closure, that raises questions it cannot answer, that haunts the family and the community and the annals of American mystery to this day. George and Jenny Sodder had 10 children, a large family even by the standards of the time, a household full of noise and activity in the rural hills of West Virginia. The house they occupied was wooden, 2 stories, filled with the accumulated possessions of a family of 12. On the night of December 24, 1945, they gathered as families do on Christmas Eve, celebrating the holiday, preparing for the following day's festivities. The children went to bed. The parents retired. The house grew quiet. Sometime after midnight, Jenny Sodder woke to a sound she later described as a rolling or bouncing on the roof. She thought little of it and returned to sleep. Shortly afterward, she woke again, this time to the smell of smoke. The house was on fire. She screamed for her husband. George Sodder rushed to evacuate his family. 4 children, those sleeping on the ground floor, escaped with their parents. 5, those sleeping in the upstairs bedrooms, could not be reached. The flames blocked the stairway. George attempted to re-enter the burning house and failed. He ran to retrieve a ladder that was normally kept leaning against the exterior wall. It was gone. He tried to start his truck to position it beneath the windows, thinking he could climb onto the roof from there. The truck, which had functioned perfectly that afternoon, would not start. The fire department, when called, did not arrive for hours. The house burned to its foundations. In the aftermath, the Sodders expected to find the remains of their 5 missing children in the ashes. Fire officials conducted a brief search and declared that the blaze must have been hot enough to completely consume the bodies, leaving no trace. The family was devastated, but prepared to accept this explanation, however painful. Then the inconsistencies began appearing. A crematorium operator informed George Sodder that human bones do not simply vanish in house fires. They require sustained temperatures far higher than a wooden structure can produce, temperatures achieved only in purpose-built cremation facilities, and even then bone fragments remain. The fire that destroyed the Sodder home, while intense, burned for perhaps 45 minutes before the roof collapsed. It was not hot enough, not sustained enough, not contained enough to have completely destroyed 5 human bodies. Further investigation revealed additional troubling details. The telephone lines to the house had been cut, not burned through, but deliberately severed at a point outside the home. The ladder that should have been beside the house was discovered 75 feet away, in a location where no family member had placed it. The truck that refused to start was examined and found to have had critical components tampered with. These were not the random consequences of fire, but the deliberate work of human hands. Witnesses came forward with information that complicated the official narrative. A woman who operated a roadside restaurant reported seeing the 5 missing Sodder children in a car that passed through shortly after the fire. She described them precisely, noted their distressed appearance, mentioned the accompanying adults. A hotel worker in Charleston reported seeing the children with 4 Italian-speaking adults who refused to let them speak to anyone. A woman claimed her son, stationed in military intelligence, had told her he had seen the children alive in another country years after the fire. George Sodder became convinced his children had not died in the fire but had been kidnapped, taken from their beds while the family slept, with the fire set afterward to cover the crime. He pursued this theory relentlessly for the rest of his life, hiring private investigators, placing billboards along highways asking for information, following every lead, however tenuous. He found no definitive answers, but accumulated enough circumstantial evidence to convince himself and others that the official account was false. The motive remained unclear. George Sodder had emigrated from Italy and had been vocally opposed to Mussolini's regime. He had received threats before the fire, An insurance salesman who had argued with him months earlier had said his house would go up in smoke and his children would be destroyed. After the fire, the same man served on the jury that ruled the blaze accidental. Whether these connections indicated a coordinated conspiracy or merely unfortunate coincidence could never be determined. In 1968, 23 years after the fire, the Sodder family received an unmarked envelope postmarked from Kentucky. Inside was a photograph of a young man in his early 30s. On the back was written, "Louis Sodder, I love Brother Frankie, ill boys, A90132 or 35. Louis had been 9 years old when he disappeared. The man in the photograph bore a resemblance to what an aged Louis might look like. The family hired investigators to trace the photograph's origin. They found nothing. George Sodder died in 1969, still searching. Jenny Sodder continued the investigation until her own death in 1989. Neither ever learned what happened to their children. The billboard they erected remained standing until 1989, fading in the West Virginia sun, a constant reminder that 5 children had vanished on Christmas Eve and that someone somewhere might know what became of them. The house at 657 Boulevard in Westfield, New Jersey, appeared to be everything a family could want. Built in the early 20th century, it occupied a generous lot in an affluent suburb, a substantial colonial revival with the elegant proportions and tasteful details that suggested established prosperity. Derek and Maria Broadus purchased it in 2014 for over $1 million, planning to renovate before moving in with their 3 children. They never spent a single night there. The first letter arrived shortly after the sale closed. It was addressed simply to the new owner, and its contents transformed the family's dream into an ongoing nightmare. The letter's author identified themselves only as the Watcher and claimed a multi-generational connection to the house. 657 Boulevard has been the subject of my family for decades now, the letter stated. I have been put in charge of watching and waiting for its second coming. The language combined possessiveness with menace, obsession with implied threat. The Watcher claimed to know when the family visited the house, describing details of their cars, their movements, their renovations in progress. The letter referenced the family's 3 children, asking whether they had yet determined the names of the young blood that would soon be filling the house. The questions were intimate and disturbing. Do you need to fill the house with the young blood I requested? Better for me? Was the house expecting you? Do you know the history of the house? Do you know what lies within the walls of 657 Boulevard? I am pleased to know your names now, and the name of the young blood you have brought to me. The Broadus family contacted the police. Investigations began. More letters arrived. The Watcher's tone oscillated between protective affection for the house and implicit threats toward its new occupants. References to bringing young blood suggested something predatory, while claims of generational watching suggested something almost mystical, as though the house itself required attendants the way a temple requires priests. The letters described specific events at the property, proving the author had direct surveillance capability. They asked whether the family had yet discovered what is in the walls. The family attempted to sell the house. Potential buyers, upon learning of the letters, withdrew their offers. The Broaduses sued the previous owners, alleging they had received similar letters before the sale and failed to disclose them. The previous owners denied everything. Legal proceedings dragged on for years. Meanwhile, the letters continued arriving. Police investigation produced no suspects. The letters had been analysed for fingerprints, DNA, handwriting characteristics. Nothing usable emerged. Private investigators were hired and failed. Neighbours were questioned, some more than once. Former residents were contacted. The house's history was researched. No one could identify the Watcher. Theories proliferated. Perhaps a disturbed former resident had developed unhealthy attachment to the property. Perhaps a neighbour resented the new family for reasons known only to themselves. Perhaps someone with historical knowledge of the house had decided to torment its occupants for entertainment. Perhaps the entire affair was an elaborate hoax, a scheme to extract themselves from a real estate transaction they regretted. This last theory gained currency among skeptics, but failed to explain why the family would choose a method that destroyed the property's value and subjected themselves to years of legal expense and public scrutiny. The house sat vacant for years, too tainted to sell at anything approaching its purchase price, too threatening to occupy. The Broadus family eventually rented it to a tenant, a brave or foolhardy soul willing to accept discounted rent in exchange for occupying a house with a documented stalker. The letters allegedly continued arriving. In 2019, the property finally sold at a substantial loss. The new buyers presumably knew the history, understood the risks, accepted the possibility that the watcher remained active. Whether they have received their own letters has not been publicly disclosed. The case received significant media attention, inspiring a Netflix series and numerous documentaries. Yet despite this attention, despite the involvement of local police and the FBI, despite the resources the Broaders family devoted to identifying their tormentor, the watcher was never found. Someone, somewhere in suburban New Jersey, had developed an obsession with a specific house, had watched it for years, had taken elaborate precautions to avoid identification while communicating their surveillance to successive occupants. They may still be watching. The house remains standing, its walls containing whatever secrets the watcher alluded to, its new occupants presumably aware that somewhere nearby, unseen eyes may be fixed upon them still. These mysteries resist resolution, because resolution would require explanations our current frameworks cannot provide. They span the full spectrum of human fear, from the intimate terror of a stalker's letters to the cosmic bewilderment of lights that science cannot explain, from the grief of parents whose children vanished into impossible circumstances to the primal dread of forests that seem to hunger for human death. They differ in scale, in location, in the nature of their central questions, but they share a common quality that transcends their individual details. Each mystery reminds us that certainty is provisional. We construct our understanding of reality from evidence and inference, from observation and theory, from the accumulated knowledge of those who came before us. We believe we understand how the world works, how matter behaves, how human beings act under various conditions. Then we encounter phenomena that violate these assumptions, events that should not have happened according to everything we know, and we are forced to confront the limits of our understanding. The scientific method has proven remarkably successful at explaining the mechanics of the universe. It has revealed the structure of atoms and the evolution of galaxies, the mechanics of disease and the chemistry of life, the physics of motion, and the mathematics of probability. Yet for all its successes, science operates within boundaries. It can only address questions amenable to empirical investigation. It can only study phenomena that repeat reliably enough to permit controlled observation. It can only offer explanations consistent with evidence that can be measured, recorded, and verified by independent observers. The mysteries we have explored tonight exist at the edges of these boundaries. Some may eventually yield to scientific investigation as our tools and theories improve. The Hessdalen lights, with their decades of accumulated data, may someday be explained by physics we have not yet discovered. The Taos hum, with its selective audibility and global distribution, may prove to be a neurological phenomenon we do not yet understand. The Tunguska Event, for all its violence and mystery, was almost certainly caused by something natural, even if the precise nature of that something remains debated. Others may never be solved because the evidence has been lost to time. The Mary Celeste sailed into oblivion over a century and a half ago, its crew's final moments unwitnessed and unrecorded. Whatever happened aboard that ship exists only in the realm of speculation now, inaccessible to investigation no matter how sophisticated our methods become. The Black Dahlia's killer likely died decades ago, carrying their secret to the grave, leaving behind only the ritualized horror of their work and the questions that horror provokes. And some mysteries may resist solution because they point toward dimensions of existence we are not equipped to perceive. The Pollock twins, with their detailed memories of lives they should not remember, challenge assumptions about the nature of consciousness and personal identity. If their case is genuine, if those children truly recalled experiences from before their births, then our understanding of what it means to be a self, what it means to exist as a continuous identity through time, requires fundamental revision. Science has no vocabulary for such phenomena, because it has no method for studying them. They fall outside the scope of empirical investigation entirely. Perhaps this is what draws us to these stories, what keeps us returning to them across decades and centuries. They represent not merely puzzles to be solved, but windows into the unknown, glimpses of territory our maps have not charted. They remind us that the world is stranger than our theories account for, that reality exceeds our capacity to explain it, that certainty is a construction rather than a foundation. The voices in the forest, the lights in the sky, the footprints in the snow, the children who remembered, the watchers who wait, the ships that sail without crews, the sounds that drive men mad, the fires that leave no bodies, the valleys that swallow the lost. These are the edges of our knowledge, the borders where the familiar shades into the impossible, where confidence falters and wonder begins. Standing at these borders, we face a choice. We can insist that all mysteries must eventually yield to investigation, that every enigma will someday be explained, that the unknown is merely the not yet known. Or we can accept that some questions may lie permanently beyond our reach, that the universe contains depths we cannot fathom, that wonder is not a temporary condition to be overcome but a permanent feature of existence in a cosmos too vast and strange for any mind to fully comprehend. The mysteries endure. They have endured through centuries of investigation, through countless theories proposed and discarded, through the rise and fall of civilizations and the development of technologies their original witnesses could never have imagined. They will endure long after we are gone, long after our descendants have developed tools and theories we cannot conceive, perhaps long after human beings have vanished from the universe entirely. Something happened on the Mary Celeste. Something calls from beneath Taos. Something exploded above Siberia. Someone killed Elizabeth Short. Someone took the Beaumont children. Someone watches from 657 Boulevard. Something glows in the Norwegian sky. The forest at Fuji's base continues claiming the desperate and the lost. These mysteries do not ask to be solved. They ask only to be remembered, to be wondered at, to remind us that the world contains more than we can explain, and in that reminder lies something valuable, something essential to the human experience of existing in a universe so much larger and stranger than we can comprehend. The night grows deep around us now, and the questions we have carried through these hours settle into the silence like stones sinking through still water. They will be waiting when we wake, patient as the ages, persistent as the dead. We have not solved them, we have not explained them, we have only traced their outlines in the darkness, acknowledging their presence, honouring their persistence. Some truths lie beyond our reach, some mysteries resist all solving, and perhaps that is as it should be. Perhaps the universe requires its secrets, its shadows, its unanswered questions that remind us of our place within an order too vast to be contained by human understanding. The unknown remains, the mysteries endure, and somewhere in the darkness between what we know and what we cannot know, the questions continue waiting, patient and eternal, for minds that may never arrive to answer them.